live now. I believe so. If you'd be able to hop, into that other room here, and we should be getting set any moment here. Welcome, everyone. Hello, hello. Professor Hitt is in the house with us. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah, excited. We're going to jump in you'll probably speak at about 5 minutes in or so. So
Rock and roll.
I'll show the agenda.
Matthew Hitt. It's Professor Hitt.
Yeah, we can give him a warm welcome. Hello, everyone, as you're trickling in. We are testing out a live stream today with the gallery function, so hopefully that is working. Parliamentarian Clark will give us a heads up on that. For any of your friends who are wanting to watch but don't want to be a part of the Zoom meeting itself, the best way to do that is to go to the ASCSU Senate webpage, and then you can slide on the right side. It'll say Senate live stream, which is currently being live streamed on YouTube with about a minute or two delay, I think. All right, we're just adding in a few more people here. All right, now seems like a good time to mention it. I know we probably have all had a very eventful 48 hours, let's say. Matthew Hitt, I know you certainly have. Just a reminder for all of us that just within this space, if we could just avoid talking about politics during this meeting. I know a lot of you are excited. Some of you may be disappointed. We don't know, obviously, how everyone's feeling in this space. But if you all could commit to that for me, if you could just keep things relating to Senate tonight, that would make me incredibly happy. So is that something we all can commit to? Are you on board with that? Okay, sounds good. Although I do appreciate, obviously, I know a lot of you are very passionate about this as student representatives. That's why I reached out to Matthew Hitt. I was saying we need someone to be here to share that message, right? Of what does it look like to civically engage, especially now, right? In times of what some of you have probably experienced, extreme divisiveness, but also a time that we can show what it looks like, right? To positively engage. That's what we can do as ASCSU representatives. So with that, I'm going to share my screen here and we will jump in. Parliamentarian Clark, I think, is in the room. If you could drop me a message just to let me know that the live stream is working, that would be awesome. All right, sit tight, my friends. I'm going to share my screen. Just one moment. All right, so here's what we have for tonight. It's pretty standard. We did send this out on the Monday email. If you're not on the Monday email list, please let me know. We updated it pretty recently, so you should be. We have just a few changes here. Planning to elect tonight the Legislative Strategy Advisory Board. That's something that Hannah Taylor will talk a little bit more about. Things like U+2, we realize that if we have sustained strategy in addressing issues like that, that's kind of the purpose of that board. So if that's something that interests you, just to put on your radar for later in the meeting. And then obviously the Senate bylaws are still in committee. So with that, we'll jump into our agenda, starting with a call to order. So I call to order the 6th Senate session for the Associated Students of Colorado State University. And if you would, do me the honor of unmuting yourselves, turn on your cameras for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll sit tight for just a moment here. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States
of America, and
to the
republic
for which it
stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Liberty and justice for all.
Wonderful. Thank you, friends. It's it's fun to hear that many people try to speak all at once. I'm sure Professor Hitt appreciates that. Tristan Reyes, are you in the house?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. And Senator Osterhout, are you also here?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So Senator Osterhout, we were thinking to do the land acknowledgement video this week, if you're on board for that.
Oh yeah, that's totally cool. We can play it.
That work? Awesome. And I'll just say, shout out to the Native American Cultural Center and the incredible work that they did on making this land acknowledgement video. That's part of our commitment as a Senate, is to show that and to bring that up in this space every time that we meet. And one of the cool things that came up, Greg Deal, if any of you know him, he's an activist and he's a Native American, and he actually did remind me, Senator Osterhout, what that's called, the glass box and all of the artistic designs that are upstairs. forgetting what it's called now, but anyway, he did that. Greg Deal did that, and thank you, the art gallery up there. And one thing that he said is even when we're meeting in a virtual space, it's still important that we acknowledge that the land we're on was taken from Native nations and peoples, and so that's part of our commitment. Tristan Reyes, I'm going to make you a co-host here in just a moment, so if you could be ready to share your screen.
Most of the time.
All right, there you go.
Can everyone see that?
Yeah, I can see that here.
Colorado State University acknowledges with respect that the land we are on today is the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Arapaho, Cheyenne, and Ute nations and peoples.
This was also a site of trade, gathering, and healing for numerous other Native nations.
We recognize the indigenous peoples as original stewards of this land and all the relatives within it.
As these words of acknowledgement are spoken and heard, the ties nations have to their traditional homelands are renewed and reaffirmed.
CSU is a land-grant institution, and we accept that our mission must encompass access to education and inclusion.
And significantly, that our founding came at a dire cost to Native nations and peoples whose land this university was built upon.
This acknowledgement is the education and inclusion we must practice in recognizing our institutional history, responsibility, and commitment.
Yeah, if we could give a clapping emoji or just a shout out, yeah, to the Native American Cultural Center, Senator Osterhout, Associate Senator Ritter. And with that, we'll keep things moving in the agenda. Swearing in of new senators and associates. Do we have Mumeng Ling and Victor Rosales Garcia in the house? Hopefully you all are here.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, awesome. I hear you, Victor. And then Mumeng, are you also with us? Let's see. Yep, it looks like Mumeng is in the call. So with that, we're going to, Peyton Daly, if you would administer the oath of office for our two new, for our senator and associate senator. Mumeng Ling is from the APAC office, and then Victor Rosales Garcia is from the El Centro, and he's an associate senator. So yeah, Peyton Daly, take it away.
Awesome, fantastic, guys. If you could unmute your microphone and then repeat after me for the oath of office. I state your name.
Victor Rosales Garcia.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
To defend and uphold.
To defend and uphold.
The rules and regulations.
The rules and regulations.
Set forth by the Constitution.
Set forth by the Constitution.
Of ASCSU.
Of ASCSU.
And will rightfully perform.
And will rightfully perform.
The duties of my office.
The duties of my office.
To the best of my ability.
To the best of my ability.
Awesome, congratulations. If we can give them a warm welcome, to the ASCSU Senate, the 50th Senate. So happy that you all are with us. You might have noticed I did just change the settings, so you should be able to change your name. If you're comfortable sharing your pronouns, I would love for you to do that just as a demonstration of our inclusivity within this space. So feel free to do that. You can go to the participants tab if you're comfortable sharing your pronouns. So with that, we'll keep things moving on to the consent agenda. We sent out the consent agenda on the email. Is there any dissent to approving the consent agenda from October 28th? Any dissent to approving the agenda? All right, seeing none, that is passed, and we'll keep things moving on to guest speakers. Dr. Matthew Hitt from the Department of Political Science. It is my honor to introduce you, my friend. And I do want to just share, I found your bio on matthewphitt.com, so I'm going to read that for the folks here so they can just become acquainted. You study judgment and decision-making in American political institutions, interested in how institutional and external factors influence the choices that political actors make, especially at the collective level in the judiciary, Congress, and the bureaucracy. You are an author, right, with your book Inconsistency and Indecision in the United States Supreme Court, which is available from the University of Michigan Press. Your research encompasses a wide array of subject matter. You've appeared in the American Journal of Political Science, American Political Science Review, Energy Policy, International Journal of Public Opinion Research, Journal of Communication, Journal of Law and Courts, Law and Society Review, Political Communication, Public Opinion Quarterly, Presidential Studies Quarterly, and Studies in American Political Development. You've also have your doctoral dissertation, which was awarded in 2015 with the Edward S. Corwin Prize for Best Dissertation in Public Law by the American Political Science Association. And your research has showed up, as I'm sure you know, and probably some of the folks in the room know, has showed up in the Associated Press, National Public Radio, the New York Times, the Boston Globe, Axios, Big Think, Harvard Business Review, BYU Radio, and Wyoming Public Media. With that, it is my honor to introduce you and to have you as a guest speaker today. So if we could give Dr. Matthew Hitt a warm welcome. And like I mentioned, we have a total of 30 minutes, so you can spend 20 minutes if you want talking, 15 and 15 for questions. We'll start the clock. So yeah, welcome.
Well, thank you so much, Speaker. And I have to say, that's the first time I've ever heard that bio read out loud. So that was fun. Thank you for that. Yes, it's fun to be here with the ASCSU Senate. As is going in the chat right now, the last time I appeared at an ASCSU Senate meeting was in 2006 when I was confirmed to the ASCSU Supreme Court. So it's really fun to be back. I see some of my students out here, former students. So thank you so much for having me. I've got the chat up here, so you all probably don't want a big to listen to me drone on for 30 minutes. So I'll be keeping an eye on the chat. So if you have a question as we're going, that's probably the easiest way sort of talk this through. But what I wanted to talk about tonight. So as the speaker said, we're all pretty tired. I'm pretty tired. I've got 2 little kids and a dog, and I stayed up way too late last night. That was real. Definitely paid for it, but it is definitely the case. I would guess, especially for a group of politically, socially engaged folks on campus who are in leadership roles, I'm going to guess that many of you have been doom scrolling, refreshing your phone, double checking, triple checking, like, okay, it's been 30 seconds. Surely more stuff will have come up by now. And I'm sure, as was really nicely pointed out, I'm positive, if this is like any other group I've ever spoken to, there are people in this room who feel very differently and very passionately in all sorts of different ways about what's going on and the votes that are being counted. Yeah, y'all have a very impressive agenda, given that we're all watching probably too much CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, or too much refreshing of the phones. But what I do want to talk about that I think would be really useful is thinking about how you all as campus leaders can bridge divides and hopefully work to engage and lead in a successful manner going forward here, right? Because I don't know how things are going to play out in the next 48 hours, who's going to win every particular race and how that looks. It's definitely clear that it's been close, that probably maybe headed for divided government in Washington again. And close contentious election where passions are really high doesn't lend itself to pleasant, fun, civil discourse, but we can do better. And I think it might be helpful to start talking about this concept in political science that we've been studying for decades, that is really sort of at a peak, at a boiling point in American politics right now, right? So I want to think about why, if you've been feeling like, oh my gosh, like this is so intense, and who's going to win, and what am I going to do if the candidate or the party I like doesn't win? That has all these terrible consequences. And there are definitely huge public policy implications to every election, and this one's no different. And real people with real lives, are implicated in who wins and loses, right, in all sorts of ways. But we also take it like personally, right? Like your team is out there on the line, and it doesn't just feel like, oh, I'd really like it if taxes went up and we got a few more services or vice versa. No, it's really like, oh, like something big, a major emotional is going on. And what we're seeing over the last 30-ish years in American politics is a collapsing of social identities outside of politics onto politics. And that raises this sort of the emotional stakes of elections and sort of puts us where we are now. So to give you my favorite example of this by far that I tell it to students all the time because it blows my mind, especially in research design classes. A wonderful political scientist at the University of Pennsylvania, Michelle Margolis, has this incredible book where she looks at people and their identities socially and politically over their lifespan. And one of the big findings of the book is that people, you would think, right, would join a political party that fits in with their core values. And certainly, whether you have a religious affiliation or not, is probably a pretty big core value, right? If you're an evangelical Christian, if you're Jewish, if you're atheist, if you're agnostic, that probably is a big part of how you see yourself and you see the world. And so you think, well, surely we know that evangelical Christians white evangelical Christians tend to vote conservative, atheists tend to vote more liberally, right? So surely people have these deep core value beliefs and then vote accordingly. What Dr. Margolis shows, is that in fact, what we tend to see over the life cycle is people solidify their political affiliations at about the age most of you all probably are, early 20s, and then join their long-term, lifelong religious group in their late 20s. Or not. So what we're seeing is that the religion is following the politics more so than the politics is following the religion, which blew my mind. Totally blew my mind the first time I read her book. And so what this means, right? If I told you, I have a friend who, let's say, drives a Prius, lives in Brooklyn, is an atheist, and, is vegan, who do you think that person votes for? If you think, oh, I know, or you can fill in the blank for a million other sort of stereotypical things, right? We're seeing this collapsing, at least in people's minds, of all these social identities onto politics. And it hasn't always been that way, right? It's a newer phenomenon that there are not as many of these cross-cutting identities where you say, well, if you're in, it's something people don't do anymore. If you're in a bowling league, I should have no idea if you're a Democrat or a Republican, right? Which used to be the case, but not anymore. And so what this means is your political affiliation, if you're politically engaged, if you're politically active, it's not just, hey, I like the Democrats or hey, I like the Republicans on the line. It's so much of who I am as a person is implicated and correlated with how I think of myself politically now. Is that making sense? And so what this means is in a big election, a contentious election like the one we had, and now we're counting, I suppose, it feels like that other political team out there is threatening not just your politics, but sort of who you are, your core values, your way of life. And that this in-group, out-group tension in politics, which a political scientist named Lily Mason at the University of Maryland has documented really effectively in her work, what this in-group, out-group tension is causing is an ever-growing rise in this is a nerdy, wonky term, but I'm a nerdy, wonky guy. So a rise in affective polarization. Now, we all know polarization, right? The two teams, the two groups in American political society seem further and further apart on the issues. But what we're also seeing, right, is members of one party, actually, like we can measure this quantitatively, really don't like the other party. And they don't like the other party a lot more than they like their own party, if that makes sense, right? There's negative partisanship. I might not love the Republican Party, but I sure don't like the Democratic Party. Oh boy, and vice versa. And political scientists have been measuring this for a long time We have a really high quality study that we do every 2 years, the American National Election Study. Lots of political scientists work on it. We've been asking people for decades, hey, on a scale of 0 to 100, with 0 being you can't stand them, 100 being they're the best thing ever, how would you rate your political party? And how would you rate the other political party? What we're seeing is that that rating for the opposite political party, your out party, has gone down and down and down and down in American politics. I do work now where you ask people this question, there's a lot of zeros. People say, how low can I rate this? Is it anything less than 0? Do you have, negative infinity? People will make comments like that in the surveys I give. So this is affective polarization, right? Where it's not just that we disagree on policy, but we really don't like that other party. Okay, now this is all I recognize in this particular moment. You're probably, speaker is probably thinking, why did I invite Dr. Hitt on? This is very gloom and doom. This is pretty depressing. But I want to set this up because I think understanding that this in-group, out-group dynamic in American politics that has a very emotional hook into it, a very personal, a very social identity hook into what we're living through, is what we need to understand so that we can have the tools to engage effectively going forward here. To give you one final example, by the way, of the affective polarization we're living through, there's a survey question people have been using for a couple of years. That's, would you be okay if your son or daughter, or your child, were to marry a member of your opposite political party? And increasingly, Americans are saying, nope, no, I'm very unhappy with that. I don't want that. So, which really gets at this, you don't think you want that person to join your family just because they have different politics than you? That's a pretty strong statement about how you see the world, right? So we're in this world of American politics where polarization is really strong. There's a lot of high contentious emotions, and you think, how do I engage productively? How do I lead? How do I go through my life, right? As a citizen, if you're not happy with that, if you're not happy with the status quo, and you say, well, I want to be a leader for everybody, or at least try, certainly, how can we do better? Well, this is actually something that I'm doing research on right now. And I mention it not because my research is all that amazing, but this is something that I've been thinking a lot about for the last couple of years. And we actually do have some new findings that I think might be really helpful to the group to help understand things. So basically, with a couple of co-authors, we wrote this paper a few years ago that showed that if a local newspaper closes in a community, the citizens of that community vote in a more partisan fashion in the upcoming election compared to communities that keep their local news source, which we thought was kind of interesting, that your local news environment is partially causing certain kinds of political behavior. So there was a newspaper out in Palm Springs, California, that heard about our study, which never happens if you're thinking about going to academia. This is the only time in my career this will ever happen, for sure. But this newspaper said, "Wow, we find this interesting." They said, "We're worried about how the media is fueling polarization and partisan political behavior in this country. And so we're going to do an experiment for the entire month of July in 2019." You will not see a word about national politics on our opinion pages. We're going to talk about California issues, Palm Springs issues, and that's it. And as a researcher, we're like, well, gee whiz, that's kind of cool. So we surveyed the folks in that area before the paper did this and right afterwards. And then we compared them to a similar community in Southern California whose daily paper stayed the same. And all of this is to say, during that month, affective polarization, so those ratings of the opposite party that people express it, no, I don't want my child marrying a member of the opposite political party, those dynamics slowed down. And I say slowed down because this was July of 2019. Robert Mueller was returning his report to Congress. It was, it's the 20 so politics are crazy. In our other community in Southern California, affective polarization got way worse. In Palm Springs, we stayed level. And we thought this was sort of interesting, right? That what your news diet the information you're consuming, how that makes you think about the way you engage with the political environment, the way you think about the opposite party, the way you think about your fellow citizens. And so all of this is to say, if we want to work productively and effectively in this world of deep and intense, contentious affective polarization, there's a couple actionable things that you could consider doing. What our work shows is that in information environment that emphasizes identities that are cross-cutting, right? For example, in our study, well, we're all here in Palm Springs. We all care about, say, transit in Palm Springs, right? At ASCSU, I just heard you mentioning U+2, which was an issue, if I recall, when I was hanging out around ASCSU. So, it's good to see that there's still some advocacy going there. But is that necessarily a Republican or a Democratic issue? Right? Or is that a CSU student issue? And so emphasizing those identities you have, members of the same universities, people living in the same country, whatever it might be, emphasizing those shared identities that don't have strong political connotations. There's some research, not just mine, certainly, that demonstrates that can be helpful in cooling down, tamping down some of this affective polarization. Now, that's not magic, right? You're not going to all of a sudden stop disagreeing with people. Politics won't feel, oh, now it's not emotional anymore. Now it doesn't feel high stakes. Well, of course not. But if you're looking to engage productively across those differences, that's one place to start, is thinking about, well, where are the ways we can emphasize the ways that we are alike, that we share certain things in common? And even better, are there values you share? Right? Even if you say, well, I don't know how your values led you to this decision about who to support that I just fundamentally don't agree with, but trying to find that place of, we have things in common. We have values that we might share. And you might, I can imagine some of you might be thinking, I don't have any values in common with that other team. I can tell you that right now. That may be true, right? But one of the things we know is that we have a really bad tendency, and by we I sort of mean American citizens, Americans engaged in politics. We collectively, the mass public, we're really bad at figuring out what the other side thinks. Like, there are some wonderful surveys out there where they'll ask people, okay, if you're a Democrat, what percentage of Republicans do you think are very wealthy? You're in the 1%. And there will be surveyors will say, oh, I think probably like a third of Republicans are very wealthy people. It's just a party of wealthy people. And the actual numbers, in the low single digits, right? Or you might say, well, how many Democrats are, say, atheists or whatever it might be? Republicans tend to wildly overestimate those kind of things, right? And similarly, we, the mass public, tend to think that other side, that other political team, must have really extreme ideas about everything. And that's just sort of a uniform truth, right? Well, if you vote for that party, you must really be into some crazy stuff. And that, again, is often not true, right? There are certainly differences of opinion, differences of ideology across the parties, but we actually aren't great at perceiving where the other side is coming from, who they are, what they might believe, that sort of thing. And so all of this is to say, right, if you're trying to engage effectively, if you're trying to bridge across difference in this moment politically, it probably would be good to not come at political conversation with someone you might view as a member of that other team as a game that you have to win, right? The persuasion game or the political argument game. In my experience, and research in political science tends to show, it's really hard to win a political argument. Like, if you're dealing with something that people care passionately about, you're not going to get that moment where that other person says, well, my God, you know what? I've been voting for the wrong party this whole time. Thank you for enlightening me. You have made my day. Thank you so much. Right? I think this point, yeah. Senator Dennings said, yeah, in the grand scheme of political ideologies, our two parties are not even that different. That's a great point. Like, if you think about the spectrum from communism to far-right fascism, right, and all the other varieties of things in between, Yeah, we seem to be having a party between center-left capitalism and center-right capitalism in this country for a very long time. That's a wonderful point. And so because of that, right, you might say, okay, well, if that is the common ground of political conflict in this country, we start from that, right? We want, we want prosperity for everyone. We want to live in a country that has, a certain amount of freedom to live your life and live with dignity the way that anyone would want to be treated. So entering political conversation from a point of, I'm not trying to win, I'm not trying to beat you or trying to convince you of anything, but rather let's see if we can hear each other and learn what are those values, what are those things that you think are important and you take very seriously that have led you to the place where this is the way you're engaging. Thank you. And so if you're going to do that, right, entering political conversation from a place of learning and trying to be heard, right? So it's not just, hey, I think you believe some crazy stuff. Tell me why you believe that stuff. But also, well, here are my core values and how they led me to support maybe a different alternative, right? And trying to come away from a point of view of that conversation. Do I feel like I was heard? Do I feel like I learned? That's often much more productive. And maybe, not always, but maybe you planted a seed in your conversation partner's mind that says, wow, that person actually does have similar values to me and they really look at this differently. Or vice versa, right? I certainly don't think that all my current opinions are obviously correct for all time. And so final point I want to make, and then definitely want to leave the rest of the time for other questions and discussion. So say you're like, okay, I've done all that, I've engaged, but there's something I've got to do. How do I act politically, socially, in an effective way? So one thing that's brilliant about a group like ASCSU is y'all have already learned the power of collective action, right? A small group of dedicated people with a name and an email address and a website get a lot more attention than someone by themselves. Certainly, if you've got an issue here in the community you care about, getting a group together, naming it, showing up at public meetings, city council meetings, writing letters to the editor, calling and emailing the offices of elected officials, that stuff tends to get noticed, right? People in charge, people who have gotten elected, tend to want to get re-elected. They want to stay there. They want to stay in public life. And by demonstrating that you're a group to be taken seriously that could mobilize in an election, you probably get more attention. Final two things, then I'll open up to questions. So as you're engaging in that collective action, there's a lot of protest that has happened over the last few years in a variety of different ideological directions. I would be shocked if that doesn't continue to happen. There's been a lot of really meaningful protests happening in this country over the last year, especially here. But one thing that scholars who study social movements continue to tell us is that a protest needs a request, that the people in power are actually capable of enacting, right? Because people want the protest to go away, presumably. They say, okay, you're really mad at us, the elected officials. How can we make you happy again so we can stop this? And if there's not that clear, here's a policy change we really want to see, and here's why we think it's important, then often the protest, once people say, well, this was great, it was important to make our voices heard. But now the people in charge say, well, I'm not sure exactly what I can do here, if there's anything I can do. And so concrete requests linked into protest and collective action is vital. And then this is not scientific, my last point, and I'll open up to questions. Totally not scientific, but I have deleted all social media for most of the last 6 months. It's awesome. It's so awesome. Talking about that information diet we have, the algorithms on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, they feed us the things that we like. And so it's so easy to get into this loop of, well, everyone seems to agree with me. And this is great. And the world is clearly shaped according to my identities and my political beliefs. And I'm just going to consume more and more of it. And it becomes easier and easier to think of that out group, that out party as like, these folks are nuts. What's wrong with them? Plus, I don't know about you, but every time I would log into Twitter, it felt like every 100th time there was something worth seeing on there. And 90 the other times I'd wander away being kind of mad and not really sure why. So I know it's hard to do, but give it a shot. Give it a shot. I know that's hard. It sucked for the first week. It was worth it. So thank you so much. Thank you for what you're doing. You're serving your university and your fellow students by serving at ASCSU. That's awesome. And I'd love to, use the balance of the time to take any questions y'all might have.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Hitt. Yeah, if we could give him just another round of applause. Just gratitude for being here in the space. And with the first raised hand, we can start asking questions. We've got about 7 minutes on the board for questions. So any lingering thoughts, concerns, questions for Dr. Hitt? Maybe I'll open one out of the gates, Dr. Hitt. I'd be curious to hear from your perspective what you think the greatest threat is. And I'll mention that many of you have probably seen The Social Dilemma. You referenced social media there. From my vantage point, I see that as definitely an area, a terrain of concern. But maybe for you, what do you see as the greatest threat to our generation right now as it relates to our ability to meaningfully engage?
That's a great question. I mean, I think social media is a huge part of it. That is not to say that nobody should use social media. I think you can use social media responsibly and effectively. It's just really hard. And these companies that run the platforms, Facebook is free, right? Because you're the product. You're the thing Facebook is selling, is your eyeballs and your attention. Instagram, TikTok, all of it. They want to sell you and your attention. And that freaks me out, right? And so breaking out of that, like if you looked, some of the folks I follow on Twitter or the blog rolls I read, I mean, I try and go all over the map, and actually read stuff and engage stuff from across the political and social spectrum as much as humanly possible, because I want to know, even if I don't agree with a certain viewpoint, I'm very curious about how other kinds of people are experiencing the world, and so dealing with that threat of a fragmented and fractured information environment where misinformation spreads easily, conspiracy theories spread easily, and we do sometimes feel like people of different political persuasions have different sets of facts about the world, makes it challenging. So that's right up there. So I guess I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer. Any other questions? Feel free. You can drop them in the chat if you're more comfortable that way. If you don't want to answer them outright, for us to maybe read them. Any other questions about for Dr. Hitt? Any of our political science folks in the room? Maybe I know there's something stirring. You've got some great content to discuss at family dinner during fall break. You can reference some of the studies Dr. Hitt brought up. Yeah, Associate Cruz Arizola. You have the floor.
Yeah, so I'm currently taking a politics and media class, I think is what it's called. And so we've been talking about how a lot of local newspapers are really closing down or they're being bought by large companies. But when they do surveys and they ask people, oh, how important do you think local news media is like to educate and all this stuff, like they really value it, but no one pays for it. So I guess like how, like, since we're more like moving more towards like digital media, like how to like can we have a substitute for that? Like, I don't know what my question is. I just know that's a point that I'm curious about.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for that. So the short answer is, yeah, local media, the traditional local newspaper is dying, right? They're closing all over the place. And even the ones that remain open are being gutted, right? The level of staffing at, say, like the Denver Post is a third of what it used to be. They just don't have the reporting resources. So even though it's here, it's not doing as much as it used to, which is really troubling. And Associate Senator Cruz Arizola, you point out beautifully that people seem to want local news, but no one can figure out the right model for it. And I think the traditional, Inc. newspaper, like that's advertiser supported, subscriber supported, like that's probably not going to be it. I will say, if you're interested in local news content, you could consider subscribing to the Coloradan. We still do have a local newspaper here, which they definitely do their best to try and get local information out. But some other more sort of innovative options that I think might get more at this 21st century digital landscape we're in. If you're familiar at all, there's two actually really cool initiatives in Colorado right now that I think are models potentially. One is the Colorado Sun, which is an online-only newspaper. It's actually free. Great reporting, right? Just really high-quality local political reporting. I'm very impressed. I pay the $15 a month, so they send me their political newsletters because I think they're as well connected and well reporting down at the State House as just about anybody. That's one option. You don't have to subscribe to the Sun, but at least check their stuff out. The other one is the Denver Gazette, which sort of a different model, also online only, but they're paywall, right? So there is local journalism happening, and people are exploring nonprofit ideas. People are exploring, maybe it needs to be a public-private partnership. I think there's models that can work. But yeah, ultimately it comes down to you've got to have people who are willing to pay in some way for this stuff. If we don't pay for it, we shouldn't be surprised when it's gone. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, great question, Associate Cruz Arizola. Chief of Staff Sloss, you have the floor. And feel free, if any of you do want to ask a question, make sure to add your hand now before we exhaust the speakers list, if we exhaust the speakers list. So go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. It's really just awesome to have you here, Professor Hitt. I'm curious, kind of on that same note that we're talking about, but we talk a lot about media bias, and you talk about, for example, on social media, the media you're consuming a lot of the time is slanted towards what you already consume in the news that you already get. But even if you try and get your news from more reliable sources, like say it's just national newspapers and reporting sources like that, or people, the goal is to go both sides of the aisle and hopefully get a less skewed sense of it. But there's also a lot of talk within just, you probably teach this in the poli-sci classes about the shift in journalism over the last 30, 40 years, kind of due to conglomerates in factual based news reporting and more story opinion piece based news reporting. Is there any, I guess this is more just out of curiosity for you, but is there any hope for change or returning to more factual based reporting? Are we ever going to see news be more just you can read it at face value and they're going to tell you what's happening, and it's not going to be you need to go check their media bias or check how it, you're always going to do that to some degree, but do we have any sight in of returning to some normalcy in our media?
Yeah, it's an awesome question. So yeah, the political media environment is fragmented, it is polarizing, it is nationalizing. There's a wonderful book by political scientist Daniel Hopkins called The Increasingly United States that really goes into this. It's very accessible too. It's a really nice book. So is there hope, right? Well, we sort of get what we pay for, right? And I hate to sort of repeat the same refrain, but if we watch vitriolic, opinion-driven cable news, listen to those talk shows, follow those websites, retweet that stuff, and that's what we're going to keep getting, right? Now, in terms of, sometimes folks will ask me, well, how do I create a media diet, right? No one outlet is perfect. In addition to sort of the classic claims of ideological bias, which is very well studied, there's also just gatekeeping bias, right? What's the paper even bothering to cover? What stories didn't make it in? Who do they choose to call, right? Why did the New York Times visit a diner in this state and not a barbershop in that state? That's, why are they doing that? It's not that the story's false, it's simply shaping what the media narrative is. So what I tend to do, and sort of a pain in the butt, and I recognize that, but I really you can use Twitter for this, although now I try to stay off Twitter, but an RSS feed, something like that, where you follow lots of reputable news organizations, right? And certainly I would say things like the wire services, like the Associated Press, Reuters, there's not a ton of spin there, right? So when I'm looking at the news every day, if I see, okay, this is in the AP, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the National Review, and CNN, that's probably, we might as well act as if it's mostly factually correct. At least that's what everyone's going to be basing the rule on. Sometimes they get it wrong, of course, these things happen. But to try and balance out the different biases and problems in the media we do have. And then when content does come out, say the Colorado Sun, someone like that, support it, right? Actually, be willing to pay for and consume media that you think is doing it right.
of that. Chief of Staff Sloss, you yield.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Awesome.
I yield the floor.
Yeah, thank you for the question and for the answer, Professor Hitt. Senator Nottingham, could you make a motion to exhaust the speakers list?
Yes, motion to exhaust the speakers list.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Second, right. If you could unmute for me in just a moment. Exhaust the speakers list basically means we're not going to look at the time. We're just going to look at the speakers list. So Senator Nottingham will ask the last question here. All in favor of exhausting the speakers list, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. With that, the speakers list is exhausted. Senator Nottingham, you have the floor.
Awesome. My question basically hinged on what do you think the effect of so many close races in such a polarized electoral map? What effect do you think that will have on both the social impacts as well as the political impacts?
Yeah, it's not great. No, and I hate to be flip like that, but really it's what we're in a time in American politics where we have what some political scientists like, I think it's Mo Fiorina talks about it as an insecure majority, right? So if we know that either party has a decent shot of capturing a house or both houses of Congress and the presidency on a pretty regular basis, I mean, we've been going back and forth a lot, which means that if you're in the minority party, you're not thinking about, well, there's no way we're going to beat those Republicans and get the Senate back. So we might as well work with them and try and bring some stuff home for our constituents. Now it's like, okay, what do we do to get the majority back, to get the presidency back, right? And both parties very much, I think, have approached politics like this for a while. And then that trickles down, right? There's a lot of research in political science showing that the mass public, ordinary folks, take a lot of cues from political elites, the elected officials and media figures they trust. So they get the message that it's us against them, and we're going to kick their butt, and we're going to take the majority back just as soon as y'all get on board, donate a little more money, yada, yada, yada. I think it feeds into this cycle of polarization, right? Sort of our least polarized years in American history were during this weird period after World War II, where the Democratic Party, which was not at all ideologically cohesive, but nevertheless controlled Congress, the House of Representatives, in a basically unbroken stretch for decades. Like the Republican Party was like, are we ever going to be in the majority again? Like they were really talking about, it's like we're a permanent minority in the House. What do we do? And that's just not the case anymore, right? And so these tight elections, I think definitely have the effect of exacerbating the cycle of polarization we're in. Not to say that you wish for blowouts and one party can't compete, right? That has its own pathology.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and I yield.
Dr. Hitt, were you going to say one more thing?
Oh, so the last thing was, yeah. So before we sign off here, because yeah, let y'all get to the rest of the agenda here. I just want to say, if you think of a question that you didn't have time to ask or something like that, my email is just matthew.hitt@coloradostate.edu. Happy to continue the conversation if you're not totally political scienced out by now, and you want to know, some citations for some of the books I mentioned, things like that. Always happy to share that kind of thing too.
Sounds great. Hopefully I dropped your email in the chat. Hopefully that looks right. And yeah, sounds good. Can we give Dr. Hitt another congratulations and just thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks, Al. It was my pleasure. Good luck with the rest of the meeting.
Sounds good. All right. Well, let's keep things moving on the agenda to gallery input. Is there anyone in the gallery wishing to speak this evening? Yeah, Casey Key, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to be here today. I'm here to provide some anecdotal evidence for the Indigenous Travel Grant, which will be discussed later on. So I'd like to do that through a story. It's about how I was homeless for 3 days on campus. So my freshman year, I lived in Pinion Hall. I went on an alternative break trip with a Little Shop of Physics. Over the next following week during spring break, I helped teach over 300 Indigenous students about physics. After the week was over, we came back to Fort Collins. It was a Thursday, and there's still 3 days left of the break. Pinion Hall hadn't opened up yet, and I live 7 hours away from Fort Collins, driving there. So I didn't have a lot of money. My family didn't have a lot of money. Couldn't really justify paying like the $150 it takes to drive all the way back home to Wyoming and then come back and after 3 days to resume classes. So I ended up just staying in Fort Collins and couldn't stay in my dorm because they were closed. So I slept in my car the first night, but it was very cold and I couldn't afford to waste the gas to keep my car warm. So there's a joke that goes around the computer science department that you can just sleep in the lab if you need to, like if you're working late on an assignment or something. So I was like, okay, I'll go and do that. I slept in the lab. It was very uncomfortable. I didn't have good sleep. I ended up not getting much of my work done. And I was doing a research project at the time. I didn't end up doing much work towards that research project, which I otherwise would have if I was able to like go home and be in a safe, warm place. I also got reported as being homeless after spending the night in the computer science lab. And that really did not make me feel good considering how much I pay for tuition. The last night I had a friend of mine let me into Alpine and I just slept in the lobby for that final night. And then Pinion Hall opened back up and things were able to go back to normal. So with this Indigenous travel grant, I'm really hopeful that other students like me who otherwise wouldn't be able to spend their money on going home would feel comfortable with spending their money knowing that they could get reimbursed for it shortly thereafter. Thank you for taking time to listen to my story, and I look forward to seeing how this bill moves forward. I yield.
Thank you, Casey. Yeah, thank you for sharing that with us. And please, if there's anything we can do, obviously, to support you, and Senator Osterhout, obviously, is doing amazing work with her bill, which is on the floor tonight. Yeah, thank you again for sharing. And I'll drop my email in the chat here if you have any questions for me or for Senate leadership, or obviously for Senator Osterhout about the progress of the bill.
No problem, Mr. Speaker. And since then, I've kept on volunteering with Little Shop of Physics. I live off campus now, so it's not an issue anymore. But yeah. I know for freshmen, it can be a difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. With that, is anyone else wishing to speak in the gallery? And you can feel free to unmute yourselves or raise your hand in the participants tab, or drop in the chat, say you want to speak, whatever is most accessible.
Are these announcements?
This is for gallery input. So for any members not a part of ASCSU wishing to speak.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, thanks, Associate Oster. All right, well, seeing none, we're gonna keep things moving. Executive reports. President Taylor, you have the floor.
Okay, great. Hello. I'm going to let Jasper go into other details of the executive branch and our report in a little bit, but I just wanted to let you all know that for our Legislative Strategy Advisory Board, who our Director of Community Affairs and our Deputy Director of Governmental Affairs, they co-chair this board. And by the bylaws, it's required that we have 3 senators on the board. And so we're hoping that the election will take place next week. And it's like the nomination election process that you all do for Senate leadership positions. But basically what the Legislative Strategy Advisory Board is it's to help, like it's a collaboration of branches to help work on local and state efforts. In previous years, typically we only have met in the spring semester to work with the lobbyist. So like typically the Deputy Director of Governmental Affairs would bring some legislation, explain it to the board, and then the board would vote on supporting the legislation or being against it. And then the Deputy Director of Governmental Affairs shares that information with the lobbyist and passes it on. This year, our director and deputy director want to expand that board a little bit and make use of it because like that's, even though that's what's been done for the board, like the overall purpose of it is to make sure that we're communicating and lobbying on the local and state levels of government for students. And so this year we're going to get it started a little bit earlier. And the board will help with the U+2 efforts and work with meeting with city council members and reaching out to city council members and writing letters to the editor and surveying city council members. And next week they'll talk about it a little bit more. But if you are all are interested, if any of you are, please reach out to me or reach out to our Director of Community Affairs or Deputy Director of Governmental Affairs with any questions or points of clarification. But that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, President Taylor. Any other announcements for executive that we should be aware of? Yeah, Chief of Staff Sloss. And I will just quickly mention, President Taylor, it is on the agenda tonight for the LSAB for us to fill those seats. So if anyone is interested in running, please be thinking about that. If you want to affect change on U+2 and other local policies. If we don't have a lot of interest tonight, then we can always move it to next week. But just wanted to clarify that. Chief of Staff Sloss, you have the floor.
Awesome. Thank you, Speaker Christian. I don't have a huge amount to report. Kind of we're continuing the work that we've been doing. Some of the work that's being done through health is partnering with the health center and kind of helping with the transition of their now doing saliva testing through the Mac West gym at the part of the rec center. So kind of that testing process and giving easier access to students and more efficient results and getting the signups for that pretty easily accessible for students. Academics is working closely with faculty and really seeing what kind of things that we can open up and offer for students this year. And I know there's kind of a few projects underway, and one of the main ones would be some kind of peer mentor system that students in some lower level classes could get mentorship and tutoring from students that have taken those from them. That they're attending faculty council, so that was just yesterday, and that's a really great chance for them to really connect with faculty from across campus and find ways to kind of offer resources to students that will be beneficial on both sides. In terms of other things going on, we have like Hannah kind of mentioned, our Office of State and Local Policy did a lot of work that led into voter engagement up until yesterday. So really a lot of work through the collegiate and advertising and a number of other avenues to reach out. And now, it's really easy for Office of State and Local Policy to get caught up with elections and that being the only thing that matters. And so it's really exciting to see our two people in those roles, Jesse and Kyle, really focused on what else we can do outside of just voting, right? And how we can engage in the civic and democratic processes in the area. And so while we do have a municipal election coming up in the spring, and that will be a big push for them, there's going to be a lot of work going on right now with local officials on how students can get more civically engaged, because one of the hardest parts for students is that we are only here for 3, 4, maybe 5 years. And that means that turnover is really hard for us to affect change. And so there's already talks with local officials on changing some term limits for certain boards and commissions in the county so that they can be, instead of 4-year roles where a student would have to come in as a freshman and fulfill that role all the way through senior year, they can come in and join for a year or 2 years. So there will be some shorter term lengths so that students get opportunities to engage in these places more often and more effectively. On that note, kind of as an announcement that I have is there is a lot of work, and it's funny that Professor Hitt was here and mentioned it, and it's year after year after year, and I know we hear U+2 and it's a buzzword in affordable housing, and everybody is tired of just hearing something without seeing any change. And I know that is on a big thing for us as an agenda. And I know Kyle and Jesse currently are working on talks with that, and have already engaged with local officials in talking about what opportunities there are, like trial runs, such as zoning a small area or a certain block radius and trying a more affordable or right size housing ordinance, and then seeing how that goes before expanding that. So that feels very much like a real possible change this year. And I think one of the things that we've discussed in that Office of State and Local Policy is possibly forming beyond just their 2 people who fulfill those roles. And technically outside of ASCSU would be a group that wants to be engaged in this process and help show that there is more support behind it than our 1 or 2 students that are showing up to city council meetings. So if that is something that you are interested in, if U+2 feels really relevant to you and you would like to see change on affordable housing, I will put my chat email into the chat. Please reach out to me via email and I'll connect you with kind of where we're at with that. But I think that's something that we'd love to see. I'm sure there are people here in this room that are engaged with that and might be curious to be part of that. But we're really looking to see how we can expand it to a push by a group of students and not just a few, to really show that it's something that affects all of us. In terms of executive report, that's all I have, and I will yield the floor back to you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, Chief of Staff Salas. I saw Director of Finance Ferris. You have the floor.
Hello, everyone. I just have two quick things. So if you can remember a couple weeks ago, I mentioned wanting to really try to change the BSOF bylaws to be more accommodating to students during COVID-19. And I was successful. Well, I'm going to say halfway successful. I did make my edits and I sent those to General Counsel just Monday, so a couple days ago. So now I'm just waiting to hear back from them if they're going to accept those changes. But the main change that I made was adding a subsection to what cannot be funded. And like I previously mentioned, it's pretty black and white what can and what cannot be funded for student organizations. So the subsection I added was to cater to office supplies, like just supplies in general, and then as well as food and drinks, just because we want to support student organizations as much as we can during this time. So as soon as I hear back from General Counsel, I'm crossing my fingers that they will approve that. You will be seeing them on the Senate floor, and I will be presenting those changes line by line. But just wanted to give you a quick update on that. And then one last thing, I will spare you most of the details on BSOF, but the BSOF application does close this Sunday at 5 p.m. I've only had one senator apply for the board. You know who you are, shout out. But I'm really struggling because this board is not going to be able to operate if we don't have more ASCSU representatives on it, according to the BSOF bylaws, which is really sad because, and I said this tonight in cabinet, BSOF and SFRB are two of the coolest boards ever. And we are so privileged as a university to have these boards in place, because a lot of universities don't have the opportunity to even speak on stuff like this. But as I said, I have one application from one senator, and then per my bylaws, a member of the executive cabinet was appointed to sit on this board as well. So there's 3 open spots. So if you're interested, please let me know. I'm going to drop my email in the chat right now. So please reach out to me, please, sooner rather than later, because like I said, that application does close Sunday night. I believe Senator Dixon mentioned that if you sit on this board, it counts as your office hours. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But if you're interested, please reach out to me. That application does close Sunday at 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And just one more thing is that we meet on Mondays from 5:30 to 7:30. This upcoming Monday, which I believe is the 9th, we will be meeting over Zoom, but my plans for after that is to meet in person, since there's going to be enough people to where we will be able to accommodate social distancing. And then one last thing to hopefully incentivize you, I'm going to try to get food almost at every single meeting to just accommodate, because I do understand that it's a voluntary position. So someone just messaged me in the chat. So just one more time, we meet Mondays from 5:30 to 7:30. Next Monday will be over Zoom. After that, TBD, whether that will be in Zoom or in person. But please reach out if you have any questions. Thank you, Senate, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Director of Finance Ferris. Yeah, and BSOF stands for the Board for Student Organization Funding. I think you mentioned that. A lot of acronyms in this space, so please feel free, if you don't know what the acronym is, please feel free to ask in the chat. But yeah, they do really good work. $200,000 that they distribute. Yeah, and she's making a lot of changes to the bylaws this year in order for us to be able to send that funding to those groups. So with that, we'll keep things moving over to judicial reports. Peyton Daly, you have the floor.
Awesome. So there's a couple things we're going to go over tonight. First of all, we're going to start with just a reminder to everyone, elections manager applications are open. You can access them via ASCSU social media on the website, or you can email myself or the front desk, and we can send you the application as well. They're due November 11th at midnight. I really encourage you all to apply to that. Second, I just wanted to go over some chat etiquette, especially on Zoom, since things are a little bit different for Senate, and we do have the capability to use a chat function. let's be adults about this, frankly. If you have some information to share, you would like to give someone your email address, you'd like to make connections in there that have to do with ASCSU or some other connection on campus, that is fantastic. Fantastic, excuse me. Otherwise, a chat function is not an excuse to put things that aren't appropriate. Don't follow the bylaws, code of ethics, to have private conversations. And then also just know that there is a function that we are going to be utilizing specifically for Senate that saves all private chats, all messages that are sent in the chat, etc. So just make sure we're holding ourselves accountable to that. If you have something personal to send, just shoot someone a text and keep that in your own forum. Second, I'm not sure if I have this ability, but can I share my screen, Christian?
Yeah, I can make you a co-host.
Okay, awesome. We're gonna do a really quick Kahoot on ASCSU governing documents just to see how well you guys know these. I promise it'll be super brief. But I just thought it would be a more fun way to do it than to, you know, popcorn around and read the Constitution or have like a story time with that and the bylaws. Because I do think those documents are very important for everyone to know. So with that being said, I'm going to share my screen and we're going to do a quick Kahoot on that. Okay. Let's see.
Hayden, should we say like no office hours for the person who wins this, or no, just kidding.
Yeah, whoever wins this, I guess, you know, if you want to make that recommendation, Christian, we can do that, or, you know, I'll buy you coffee.
There you go. There it is. Coffee
Awesome.
with Chief Justice
Okay.
Daly.
Let's see. Okay, we're gonna do this. Give me a sec. We're gonna do classic mode. And a game pin should be coming up in just a second. If you guys don't know how to use this, if you do have a mobile device or you have a computer, if you just type in kahoot.it, it'll bring you to this and you can enter the game pin. Make sure we're just using your normal name or something appropriate for usernames, and then we can get started. And if you're here and you're on the Supreme Court, you don't qualify for free coffee or office hours, because I expect you guys to know these. Okay, I'm gonna give it one more minute and then we will get started. Okay. And, okay. All right, first question, 30 seconds per question. Okay, fantastic. It looks like most of us, or about, I guess, 2/3 of us got this correct. So the four main governing documents of ASCSU are the Constitution, Senate bylaws, Code of Ethics, and the judicial bylaws. There are some other documents in there, like, you know, the internal complaint form and things like that, but these are the main documents that you are expected to know as an ASCSU official. Nice job, guys. Okay, awesome. We're gonna go to the next one. Oh, is it not? Okay, there we go. Okay, fantastic. It looks like most of us got the first one that applies, which is the Constitution is a set of general rules. The bylaws are more specific and procedural. It looks like we also were pretty good on bylaws can be amended by a 2/3 vote of the Senate. And then the other one that was true, that looks like we had a little bit lower rate on was constitutional amendments need 2/3 approval of Senate and the executive branch. That one's kind of hidden, but those are just some important things that you should know in terms of the differences between the Constitution and bylaws and how to amend the Constitution. Okay, we're going to go to the next question. Nice, beautiful.
Lizzie takes the lead.
Yes, fantastic, Lizzie. Okay. Okay, great. So for where we can find this ASCSU Constitution and bylaws of the 50th Senate, looks like most people got the correct answer, which is the ASCSU website. A lot of you put the CSU website, and they are not specifically on there, but it will link to ASCSU. So just know that the most updated version of the bylaws are the 50th Senate ones, and those should be up to date on the website. I know they're in the process of being changed right now, but that's primarily the point of reference that you can use. Okay. All right, this is great. Okay. Okay, great. It looks like almost everyone got this correct, but it is in all of our job descriptions to be familiar with all the ASCSU governing documents because those are really the rules of order which we subscribe to and that we need to hold ourselves accountable to. So tonight's just a brief overview, but I really do encourage everyone to familiarize yourself with these documents. So there are a lot of nuances that you won't be familiar with unless you do so. Wow, looks like the scoreboard stayed the same. Good job, guys. Okay. All right. Looks like we had a pretty split response here. So pretty much the only people who can impeach ASCSU representatives are college councils for senators, the Office of Equal Opportunity, and the Student Resolution Center. So the reason for this is because there used to be an ASCSU internal impeachment process, but because there's so few ways to impeach people, that's the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be used as a last resort for when there's a serious violation or breach of ASCSU code, university code, or something otherwise. But these are the primary ways that someone can be impeached, and it is regarded as the last resort of conflict resolution. Wow, looks like whoever is kilometers is on fire. Okay, it looks like we got a pretty unanimous response here. So side conversations during Senate are not permitted according to Rule 4, Clause F of the bylaws. Even though we're in a different forum, like we discussed earlier, the only reason you should be really messaging someone on Zoom is to provide contact information or for a point of clarification or something pertaining to it. But typically, according to the bylaws, we're not supposed to have side conversations. So let's bear that in mind since we are using Zoom this semester. Nice job, Kyle. Okay, here we go. Okay, great. So for filing an internal complaint, it's really imperative that you consider, is this really the step that I should be taking right now? Have I taken other steps of personal accountability to resolve this conflict? So the two correct responses were when a conflict can't be resolved through conversation or conflict resolution, and when someone in ASCSU has violated a governing document. Conflict resolution should start on a person-to-person level. If it can't be resolved there, go to your branch leader and they can be a source for mediation. You can also go to the Student Resolution Center. They have fantastic services. And if that has not worked out, the next step is to go to us, the Supreme Court, and you can file an internal complaint. Great job, guys. Good job, Lizzie. Great. Okay, so the two places you can find the internal complaint form is on the ASCSU website, but specifically under the Judicial Branch tab of the website. Great job, Tristan. Okay. Okay, fantastic. So it looks like most everyone got this right. The internal complaint form should be submitted to myself. After this, I'll drop my email in the chat for internal complaints and really for anything else. The reason for that being is an internal complaint is really an escalation of a conflict. And the Supreme Court is all about discretion, and we will handle it as a third party to that conflict. And Brandon, if you were on here, if you want to explain a little bit more about the internal complaint process and what that looks like, that would be awesome.
Sure, thanks, Peyton. Hi, everybody. I hope you're all having a good night. So I'm just going to pick right up where the Kahoot left off here. And let's say you just submitted your internal complaint form to Peyton. The next thing that's going to happen is within the 5 business days, the Supreme Court is going to meet and decide whether or not we want to hear your complaint. If we decide we want to hear it, we're saying that it holds merit, holds water. It's actually an issue that we can hear. We will notify you and we'll notify the complainant. For the rest of my explanation, just so you know, complainant is you, the person who submitted the complaint, and the respondent is going to be the person who the complaint is about. So we're going to forward, if we want to hear it, we're going to forward that complaint to the complainant. They will have 10 business days to basically affirm the facts in the complaint that you submitted or dispute it. Now, if they affirm the facts, if you were to compare that to like a criminal trial, that would be them pleading guilty. That's them saying, yes, this is true, I did this. And so we can kind of skip the fact finding function of the internal complaint. If they dispute it, we go into pretty much like a full-fledged trial. There's witnesses, we're gonna have evidence, we're gonna meet with you, we're gonna talk about over the issues and with the complainant and the respondent, kind of figure out which of the facts are pertinent and true that are being disputed and kind of narrow it down. And then if we find that you are in fact responsible for those things, we'll move forward into that same sanctioning kind of process. And if we don't, it'll be the same thing as if we decided not to hear it at all. It is important to note 2 little facts. If you fail to respond to an internal complaint request that we forward you within those 10 business days, we're basically going to hold a trial without you. You won't get to talk, and we'll decide the facts from there. And I also think it's important to point out, and the Kahoot kind of touched on this, there are some things that we can't hear. There's some issues, like legitimate problems. If you're curious about what those are, or if you're kind of unsure whether or not your complaint's going to fit into that, feel free to come to our office or shoot us an email. But for instance, as a general rule of thumb, if it's criminal, probably shouldn't bring that complaint to us, go to the Student Resolution Center or the police if it's bad enough. Does anyone have any questions about any of that? Awesome.
Awesome. Thank you, Brandon. And then primarily the other reason why we wouldn't hear a case is because it doesn't fall under, something jurisdiction wise. Student Resolution Center will really mitigate anything that has to do with Title IX, university code of conduct, and otherwise. So just bear that in mind if you are going through that process, and we can also help guide you through that process if there is an event in which you decide to file a complaint. All right, we are going to go on to the last question of this Kahoot. Awesome, doing great, guys. Finally, the ASCSU Code of Ethics. I think this is one of the understated documents of our organization. But specifically what the ASCSU Code of Ethics delineates is outlining the roles of ASCSU officials as citizens, the duties of officials, and to outline possible sanctions if members do breach this code. So this code is a little bit unique because it basically outlines that ASCSU officials should be held to a higher standard than other students, because you're representing more than yourself. I would really encourage you to read over this. This is a very important document, and it really just gives some tips on, how you should hold yourself both in and out of the office, and as a student, as a citizen, and otherwise. And I think it's just a really great accountability measure document. All right, let's see those final results. Kyle, congrats. Fantastic. Number 1. Wow, great job, Pat. Fantastic. All right, good job, Lizzie. Good job, Kristen. Good job, everyone else. Okay, awesome. I don't know if you can still hear my really loud audio on my computer, but thank you guys for bearing with me and participating in that. As I mentioned, I'll drop my chat in, or not my chat, I can't speak today. My email in the chat, and if you have any other questions, want to come in for office hours, have coffee, discuss this more, just let me know. But thank you guys for your participation.
Thank you, Chief Justice Daly. With that, and thanks for your participation. Congratulations to SDC goes 1 and 2. That's right. Yep, SDC is represented in the leadership today. Congratulations, Senator Roberts, and well done. With that, we'll keep things moving on to committee reports. Internal Affairs Committee. Chair Hazelton, are you in the house?
Yeah, we really quickly, I'm sorry, my Wi-Fi's cutting in and out a little bit. Really quickly, we worked on our constitution. Not our constitution, I'm so sorry. We worked on our committee bylaws this meeting. Didn't have any legislation since we already discharged the bylaws. I also wanted to give a quick shout out to our vice chair, Senator Matthew. She's doing a wonderful job, and I totally forgot to mention her last week, which was my bad, but she's been doing a fantastic job. So if everyone can give her a round of applause for just being an awesome vice chair. We meet on Mondays, 3:30 to 4:30. Thank you, I yield.
Thank you, Chair Hazelton. Yeah, congrats. It was Associate Senator Athey. Was that right, Chair Hazelton?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if we could give Associate Athey a congrats, that'd be great. On to University Affairs, Chair Rossler, you have the floor.
Yeah, hey everyone. So we pretty much just talked about our committee's bylaws as well. We were just working on those changes still. We haven't ratified those yet. And we are also looking at the 50th sentence bylaws still. So we have yet to discharge that as well. I believe that we might just spend one more week. Hopefully we'll get that done then, and then we can bring that to the floor.
Awesome. Thank you, Chair Rossler. Chair Boenko, Budgetary Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. Last week we focused mainly on the budget. We had a lot of questions and not a lot of answers, so we did hold the budget in committee this week. I compiled all those questions into a document and sent those over to the president, the speaker, the accountant, pro tempore, and Jess, our advisor, and they are all working really hard on getting those answers for you. So if you're interested in the budget, I ask that you come and attend our meeting on Friday at 2. The Zoom link will be sent out, and I'll send out another email through the front desk. And I'll show those questions and answers. If you are unable to make it and would like to see that document, go ahead and shoot me an email. I'll put my email in the chat, and I will send those over to you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Chair Boenko. Over to you, Chair McCall, for the Women's Caucus.
Hi. Last week we just kind of had we had a good meeting. We talked about the diversity caucus legislation, and we all really liked that. We endorsed it as a committee or as a caucus, so that's really exciting. We meet every Thursday at 3:30, so I'd love to see you tomorrow. The Zoom link for all the committees and caucuses are always the same. I reached out to Jennifer from our sexual assault training to see if she wanted to come to caucus in the future to field any questions that we had about the new Title IX stuff, as well as because it's Native American Heritage Month, I reached out to the Native American Women's Circle and asked if they wanted to come and kind of for Native American Heritage Month talk to us. So look out for that in the future. I'll let you guys know when that's coming up. So yeah, I'd love to see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you, Chair McCall. And thanks for bringing up, that it's Native American Heritage Month. I'd love Senator Osterhout during Associate Senator and Senator reports. If you have any comments on that, or Associate Ritter, we'd love to hear what NAC is doing. Yeah, awesome, throughout the week. All right, with that, Parliamentarian Clark, would you be able to drop that link by chance for the committee survey? For those of you that haven't committed to attending one of the committees yet, for those of you that don't know what the committees are, 3 of the committees, the Internal, University Affairs, and Budgetary, are the where we send legislation for amendments, just like at the federal level. And then there's the Women's Caucus. Obviously, you heard from Chair McCall, which can be an additional office hour. Every associate senator is required to do 3 office hours and 1 outreach hour. And every senator is required to do 3 office hours and 2 outreach hours. So that's kind of all broken down in some of the documents that we have. And Senator or Parliamentarian Clark, if you could also add the link for the office hours and outreach hours, If you go in that form, there's also another document you can click on that kind of explains the breakdown, how you can spend an office hour, how you can spend an outreach hour. Native American Cultural Center, right, Heritage Month, if they have events that are going on, that's a great way to spend your outreach hour. Office hours would be working on anything internal, so that could be writing legislation, that could be meeting with a fellow senator or associate, virtually or in person. We won't require that you do anything in person. Obviously, we recognize that we all have different comfort levels right now with what's going on. If you have any questions, reach out to Tristan Reyes or message Tristan privately in the chat here. With that, we'll keep moving on to legislative officer reports. Yeah, Speaker Pro Tem Reyes, you have the floor.
I just wanted to quickly talk about office hours. So next week, I'm planning on finalizing what Zoom office hours will look like. Essentially, an officer from the legislative cabinet will have a Zoom running, and you can drop in whenever you feel like it. I'll send out the hours for that. Probably on Monday in the Monday emails, so be on the lookout for that. That way, if you don't feel comfortable coming into the office, you can still get support from us. You can still get support from your other senators, and just generally connect with them on the Zoom link rather than having to come into the office where there's limited seating. Not everyone's comfortable necessarily coming in, so that we can be a little more flexible on getting you office hours. Outreach hours, so that link that Parliamentarian Clark posted, I will be adding different outreach opportunities to that document every week. So feel free to save that link, bookmark it, do whatever you need to. And if you need outreach opportunities, please feel free to go on that document and see if there's any events, any meetings that you could probably attend. So that will all be in there. And yeah, like Christian said, I'll be putting my email in the chat. If you have any questions, feel free to email me about office hours, about any legislation you're working on. I'm more than happy to help with that. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Reyes. And just to clarify those 3 links, the first one is you can tell us which committee you want to join. If you haven't done that already, I think we had like 50 people fill it out, so really good numbers. But if you haven't had the chance yet, make sure to do that. The second link is for the report that we're asking you to fill out every Friday by midnight. That's your office and outreach hour report. So you'll have from Saturday morning through Friday midnight to complete that. And then the third one is an ongoing document we'll update with ongoing opportunities. So we have a couple in there. For example, tomorrow from 4:30 to 6:30, the Pride Resource Center is doing a safe zone training. If that's something that you would benefit from or want to participate in, you can get outreach hours for doing that. So yeah, just check those links out. And I will mention, we haven't really clarified this before, senators versus associates. Senators have to attend every Senate session. That's our expectation. Associate senators, we haven't mentioned this outright, but associate senators are only required to attend 1 in every 3 Senate sessions. Just for clarification. So if you're an associate, you're supposed to attend 1 in every 3 sessions. Obviously, we'd love if you can attend every one, but we recognize that the idea of associate senator is that it would be a little bit less of a time commitment than the senator position. So if you have any questions about that, please ask Speaker Pro Tem Reyes. And Parliamentarian Clark, if you want to share about the live stream, you have the floor.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So good evening, Senate. We finally are able to use a live stream function on our YouTube page. I'm actually dropping the link in the chat right now, which is really awesome because this will be just an opportunity for anybody who just wants to observe the Senate session but doesn't actually want to participate in it as a gallery member, to just be able to observe, and all the recordings should be able to be preserved afterwards too. So you can go back in and check out the recording from there, on top of simultaneously recording the Zoom meetings in the Zoom client as well. And yeah, that's all I have. I yield.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Clark. We'll keep things moving on to Senator and Associate Senator reports with the first hand raised in the participants tab, or if you want to drop things in the chat, you're also welcome to do that. And the role of Senator and Associate Senator reports is just for things that you're working on relating to your college council or your SDPS office, any work that you're doing in that regard. Yeah, Senator Osterhout, you have the floor. Oh, I think you might be muted.
Are we good? Can y'all hear me? Okay, cool. Hi, y'all. I just wanted to pop in real quick and let y'all know some events for Native American Heritage Month. We do have one tomorrow night. Let me just pull it up real quick so I don't mess anything up. But it is going to be, it's a fun bingo night. Let me make sure I'm right. What day is it? The 4th? Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so jumbled. I didn't want to miss my turn. But anyway, so tomorrow night should be a bingo night with all the Native women on ASCSU for the NAC. So let me just drop that link real quick in the chat, but we'd love for you to come. We have events happening all month in support of Native American Heritage Month. And there's also a Buffalo open house up north, I think, that y'all can go to and see some bison getting reintroduced. It's really cool. So I really hope y'all can just maybe spend some time with the NAC. Oh my God, I sent y'all the wrong link. I'm a mess. Anyways, I'll send it later, but there's events happening. And I also would just like to reiterate that Thanksgiving is not a happy day for us. It's a day of mourning for my people and my brothers and sisters. And to recognize that having, honestly, November as a month for us is really ironic. And I want you guys to recognize that. And it is your job to be aware of that. So yeah, I'll drop the correct link later. But yeah, thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Osterhout. And we'll make sure to add those events to the ongoing document once you do send that over, okay? Senator Robinson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. A project that I've been working on for a while now is upgrading the ADA buttons on campus because a lot of them on campus are either A, they don't work, or B, they're way out of ADA standards and they don't meet the regulations for that. So I've been in contact with facilities to get that project underway. And something that I offered to them is getting a group of students, whether that be through here in ASCSU or elsewhere, to kind of help scout out the campus to really, just keep tabs of what buttons are around our buildings on campus, which ones work, which styles are they in, do they meet compliance, things of that sort. And because I know that there's been members of the space who have undergone similar projects when it comes to ADA and in that sort of regard. So yeah, so that's what I'm up to. If you want to help out with that effort, and I want to create a team of people and we can all go out and explore the campus and see what can be fixed and things of that nature. So if you're interested in those sorts of things, please hit me up, and I would love to have you in this endeavor. So yeah, thank you, and I yield.
Thank you, Senator Robinson. Great effort there. Senator McCall. Sorry, Chair McCall, you have the floor.
Hi, yeah, I'm if anybody needs to go before me, I'll tell you. I just had something to tack on in my report. I totally forgot. We elected a vice chair. Her name's Kate, and I'd love for her to introduce herself because I know that she's a little bit new to Senate too. So I would love to yield with Kate. If she's on.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, y'all. I'm Kate. I'm a senator for the Graduate Student Council, and I am trying to get involved with ASCSU as a whole. And so I decided to join Ava in the Women's Caucus to try and really get that up and going this year because I think it can do a lot of good. So we're going to really focus on outreach and kind of pushing some goals, which we're going to set hopefully in the next couple meetings. So we'd love to see you there.
Thanks, Kate. I yield.
Congrats, yeah, Senator McMahon, and we're so happy to have you in the Senate this year. So if you all could give her a congratulations just for being elected vice chair, that would be awesome. Seeing no other hands raised, we're going to keep things moving on to, let's get Senate here, confidence business. Parliamentarian Clark, if you could start the confidence clock, that would be wonderful. And we will jump immediately into ratification and election of officers. President Taylor mentioned the Legislative Strategy Advisory Board. We have 3 positions open. 3 voting members can sit on that board from Senate. This would obviously count as an office hour or an outreach hour. I'll talk to Speaker Pro Tem Reyes to clarify on that note. But yeah, if that's something that you would be interested in, I will start accepting nominations for that position. And I should mention things like U+2, right? Local policy, like our ability to have real lasting impact there. It happens because of boards like this. So if you want to have a firsthand role and a vote in affecting change there, I could not recommend this board highly enough. So yeah, please raise your hand, nominate yourself or nominate someone else, and I'll start opening the floor for that.
I would like to nominate myself for this position.
All right, Senator Hill, you have your name on the list. Any other interested senators?
I would like to
Yes.
nominate myself.
Senator DeJorup. Am I saying that right?
Jorup, silent D.
Jorup, okay, Jorup. I see Senator Townsend, your hand is up. I believe that means you want to nominate yourself for the position. Yep, all right. Any other individuals wishing to either nominate themselves or another person?
Point of
Yeah,
information.
Yep,
How many people can be on this board?
3 people. So it'll be a competitive election for those 3 spots. Senator Nottingham, I see your.
I would like to nominate myself, please.
All right, Senator Nottingham, you are on the floor. Senator Osterhout.
Yeah, hi. I would like to nominate Associate Isaiah Dennings.
Associate Dennings, do you accept?
Yes, I accept.
Yes, all right. Any other nominations? All right, seeing none, we're going to close the nominations for the position, and we will immediately jump into 5 minutes per candidate, and then I'll entertain 5 minutes of question for each candidate as well, just like we did the previous time around. We'll have to see how we can do voting for this. I believe there's a way to do multiple choice, so I think we'll just ask people to choose their top 3 choices at the end of all of this. We'll do a test run just to make sure the polling is working right. So with that, Hill, you were the first on the list. So I'm going to open a breakout room for the remaining candidates, Jorup, Townsend, Nottingham, and Dennings. If you could just hold on one moment for me. All right. There we go. Jorup, we have Townsend. Let's see. There, Townsend, Nottingham. Yeah, apologies, friends. For some reason, they don't let me use the master list. They make me search up and down to find names for the breakout rooms. All right, there we go. Opening a breakout room for the other 4, and then Senator Hill, you'll start us off.
Thank you. Hello, Senate. I mean, most of you know me, and just in case if you do not, I am Senator Kyle Hill. My pronouns are he, him, and his, and I would like to express my interest for this position. A few things about me is that I have a strong dedication to outreach and a strong dedication to the will of the voters who have elected us. I believe it is our duty to make sure that everybody's voices are heard and everybody can go out and make sure that what we have to say as a student government means something. In regards to U+2, I find that very fascinating. I find that extremely, the fact that U+2 is a thing, I find it actually insulting, to be honest. I think that we need to expand, U+2 to me+3, or heck, me+4, or something like that. I believe strongly that, we were cheated. We were definitely cheated by Fort Collins to make, to limit the size of a house to 1 person and 2 others, unless obviously if you are a sibling. And I think this is just some way for, the people up there to tell us what to do, and, to show disdain and mistrust to, people, college students. And I think that is entirely unacceptable. As a person who ran for Speaker of the Senate, I had put U+2 as the center of my platform. And I believe that as a senator, I would like to continue to put that as my platform. As U+2, I have worked hard to make sure with Ben and the previous administration, collaborating on what we can do to make sure U+2 can be reformed, and for students to have a big win on this campus. I also believe other outreach opportunities is for us to have a better collaborative effort, I think, with the Fort Collins community, and to have a better voice out there to make sure that we as students, we're people too. We're also Fort Collins citizens, and that is something meaningful, and that is something that we must, portray out there and say that, yeah, we're here, we're going to do this, let's do this. Whether it means, compromising or make sure that other people have a say. It's our duty as senators to make sure that every student can feel safe here. And I believe that as a person who's willing to do that, I have worked and collaborated with almost every Senate executive branch this past couple months. The Taylor administration, I have made sure that I've got to know most of the cabinet. I believe as someone who collaborates with others to, work on my bill that I'm currently done and get endorsements and the proper people I need from outreach, different outreach groups on campus and committees. I believe that, the strong collaborative effort that I have allows me to put me in the job. And I believe that by doing so, we can get it done. I believe that is all. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Thank you, Senator Hill. With that, we'll open up 5 minutes of question and answer. Just point of clarification, Senator Jorup has taken his name off the list, just for clarification. So 5 minutes of Q&A, starting with the first hand raised. Yeah, Chair Boyko, you have the floor.
Thank you. Senator Hill, could you please explain the U+2 rule to me?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Senator.
Could you please explain the U+2 rule to me?
Yes, certainly. U+2 is a new rule that Fort Collins City has put up for people, where it says that in a given house outside of campus, it is one student and two others, as the word implies, U+2, and that's it. If you go over that, you're in big trouble. Basically, you're going to get fined an inordinate amount of money, which is, I believe, unfair. And it was something that a lot of the neighbors who are not college students of Fort Collins had complained about. Oh, college students party too much, or they're loud, or anything, and using their big bucks to go to the people, city council, to say, hey, we want to limit the amount of college students to be on this, in the house. And, by doing that, that shrunk it to one person, you, and then plus two others. So a total of three. However, if you have a sibling, then that can be, you can have one more. Your sibling won't count as the other two. So that is what U+2 is.
Thank you. And then can you explain to me how you connect with your constituents?
Certainly, yes. I have a strong online social media platform. I have my own page to make sure to, talk with others. I have collaborative efforts for, you can talk with the director of marketing. We go out and portray, what we have. Or what we are as an organization. I have a good relationship with College State Memes, who he has reaches about, I believe, significant portion of the population of CSU, and also go to my college council every week, every other week for my college council, since we're bi-weekly, and just go out in the plaza and start talking to people, random students at CSU. And by doing this, I'm able to communicate with what I believe is the best, and not just what I believe is the best. Excuse me. I believe that what I can do to help you, and they tell me ideas, kind of like that whole micro legislation thing. Chair Dixon had proposed. I listened to everybody's idea, something analogous like that. I listen to different people's ideas and get those to make up new ideas and new people. For things. So yeah, and in U+2, I admit that it applies to all Fort Collins residents as well. I would like to go going back of the previous question. However, it was put in place to, I think, significantly impact college students. But we want to make sure that that disparity is alleviated. So.
And then it sounds like, and I'm not getting at you, but it sounds like you have a very strong stance on U+2. And as someone with strong opinions myself, there's no issue about that. My question is, how are you going to act professionally and listen to the other side of the debate if you were to be elected to this position?
Of course, yeah. Thanks, Chair Behinko. That's a very good question. I think the biggest thing is, I will keep my cool, obviously. Spend 5 minutes listening to the person when someone else is talking. Make sure you hear them and don't think about what you're going to say next. Think about what they have to say and use that as a way to okay, can we come to a compromise? If I'm right here on my view and the person I'm talking to is right here and we can't come to a consensus, what I can do is I can take another route to maybe meet them halfway to say, hey, I think if we could try this, can we agree to, to A? If we agree to A, can you do B? Something, try to find some way to compromise. Compromisation is a good diplomatic skill that I believe that every senator and every ASCSU person should, have and have under their belt. And I believe that, again, is the bill that I'm currently done and some previous bills I feel like that my skill of compromising with other people, has improved. And I feel like that by doing so, connecting with others, I feel like we can get somewhere versus an all or nothing stubborn attitude, which I think that is wrong and is bad. So as someone who, strongly believes in compromising with other people, I feel like that is what, when I go into the meeting, that is the thought process that I will hold.
Thank you. I yield.
All right, thank you very much, Chair Boyenko. We'll jump back in here. I did see we had one more question, but it looks like we're all out of time. So with that, thank you very much, Senator Hill. We're going to send you into the breakout room, okay? And if you could tell Senator Townsend to come back in, that'd be great. Just one moment here. All right, let's see. Senator Townsend should be back. No, it looks like still in the room. All right, just waiting a moment here. All right, Senator Townsend, are you with us? Let's see, Senator Townsend.
I don't believe he has access to a microphone, so he can, he usually types in the chat.
Okay, you are with us there. Yeah, Senator Townsend, go ahead. Is there an easier way for us to do that? Maybe Senator Townsend, you can answer. I'll start the clock once you decide if you want to just go solely in the chat. Okay. All right, well, I'll start the clock. So yeah, Senator Nivert, hold on one sec. I see Senator Nivert, you raised your hand. Is that a point of personal privilege or clarification?
I was just going to say, is it possible maybe he could call somebody and that person could put their phone up to the mic of their Zoom thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that should work.
I was just texting him that.
Yeah, so Senator Townsend, we might be able to do that. If you have your phone on you, you should be able to dial in to the Zoom call and we can get the information for that. Can you just drop me a yes if you're open to that option? Yep. Okay. Awesome. So I'm going to send you back into the breakout room. I'm going to ask Speaker Pro Tem Reyes to find the phone number for that. And then we'll jump to Nottingham next, if that works. Yeah, sounds good. All right. I'm going to add you back to the breakout room. Let's see. Senator Townsend, is it giving you the option to join the breakout room? It doesn't look like I'm able to reassign you. Okay. Let's see. Hold on one sec. Sorry, friends.
Real quick, he can actually do the Zoom call through his phone and dial using audio on his phone, if that's possible.
Yeah, exactly. That's the route we're thinking to
But
go.
he would need to join the Zoom call as if it was any other device on a Zoom call.
Yeah, he should be able to call just the number itself. So I closed the breakout room here. Apologies for the technical difficulties. It looks like we might need to close the breakout room before we can have people join back in. So just waiting a moment here. All right, it's given us 13 seconds left. Just want to give you all a heads up. I know there's an intent to motion for the Indigenous Travel Grant to be put to the top of business. Casey Key has been really generous to stick around, so just want to let you know that is in the works. Okay, that'll be happening in a moment. It looks like they're joining back now. I'm going to open up another breakout room. Apologies, friends. We're having some difficulty with the audio here. Trying to work out so that Senator Townsend is able to join in.
Point of
So
order.
Yep.
The breakout room expired, so all the opponents are in the main room.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Hill. Yeah. I'm about to add you all back in. It was giving us some trouble there.
No worries.
Hill, we've got Nottingham. Thank you for your patience, my friends. Dennings. Senator Dennings, trying to find your name here. There you are. All right, one more, and Townsend. All right, you all should be ready. And Senator Nottingham, if you can come right back after we send you out to the breakout room, that'd be great, okay? All right, waiting on Senator Nottingham. All right, there you are. You have 5 minutes, Senator Nottingham.
Wonderful. Hello, my name is Eric Nottingham. I'm Senator Eric Nottingham. I'm the senator from the Multi-Faith and Belief Student Council. I grew up in Loveland, Colorado, and so I am very familiar with this area, Larimer County, as well as Fort Collins and Loveland. I'm absolutely passionate about politics. My degree right now is environmental political science with minors in legal studies and global environmental sustainability. And basically my interest in this board is I am passionate about a lot of the issues facing our community, and I think that I can lend a student activist voice to some of those discussions, of course, tempered by the demand and needs of our constituency here at CSU. I think that we have a very big role to play in a lot of these decisions in our community, particularly as it pertains to the Platte River or the Poudre River Power Authority's upcoming decision about whether to replace a coal plant with a gas plant or a renewable energy plant, as well as U+2, as I'm sure you're all aware, as well as tackling issues like food insecurity in Fort Collins and some more generalized community-oriented problems that we're facing as a community. I believe I'm just introducing myself mostly and giving that speech. Is that correct, Christian?
Yes.
Just to double check what I should be saying.
Yeah, you've got about 3 minutes left. Just any qualifications that you have for the board while you're interested.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I currently have experience within this realm of local politics. I have volunteered for the mayoral campaign down here in Loveland, as well as one of several city council campaigns. And from that, I have been able to find a bipartisan contacts within these areas that I have kept up with, make sure that I have those avenues open to me and in case I need it. I have led quite a few protests in Loveland and Fort Collins, which is why I've used them in the past. But I'm also on the Fort Collins Climate Action Plan Community Advisory Committee at the moment. And I'm trying to think, but I believe that is all. Oh, I volunteered for the recent successful campaign of Jody Shattuck McNally for County Commissioner for the 3rd Ward of Larimer County. I guess that would be all. I'm excited to entertain any questions, and if I can explain anything about myself and what I want to represent on this board, let me know.
Thank you, Senator Nottingham. We have a question from Chair Rossler. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you so much. What are your feelings on U+2, and what's your understanding of it as well?
Oof. U+2, basically I'm not a fan of U+2. I think that it has justice impacts about affordable housing and access to our the university, and I believe that it's imperative that we provide affordable and available housing to all of our students, regardless of socioeconomic income. And I think part of what can help that would be to repeal U+2 and allow more people to live in one singular residence. I think that I believe that that's in line with our basic duties as set out by the principles of community, and as well as our basic a basic sense of morality as set out by interest in pursuing justice and social justice, as well as expanding equitability at our university and on our campus. I think that money is a major issue to people, and a really big hurdle to people coming to our campus, and anything we can do to lessen that impact on the impact of that weight on their choice to attend this university is the more we can do about that, the better.
Appreciate that response. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Chair Rossler. Senator Lauer, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Barrett, how would you approach this role of advocacy with respect to those who you might not agree with or that might believe differently?
Now, I really appreciate that question, and that's a very serious situation. I think as an individual who grew up in Loveland, I've been around a lot of different ideological persuasions, and through my political experience so far, I've also been around that, and I've learned how to lobby, how to talk to my representatives, etc. I think basically that while I do, of course, hold biases and I hold opinions about these issues, I think that the first and foremost thing I must be is a representative of the student community here at CSU. I think that as a member of that board, my power derives completely from the students, and I would like to represent them. That said, I think the only things I would never compromise on are issues of social justice and, the same sorts of things that none of us would ever consider, like in terms of discrimination and yeah. Basically, long story short, I grew up I'm trying to phrase this in a way that doesn't lead me to talking about politics in ASCSU. I did not agree with a lot of the folks that I was around in many circles that I was engaged in, especially my Boy Scout troop, and especially on some of my sports teams that I participated in. But through that, I developed the ability to talk and converse constructively with other people, regardless of their views, whether their views might be a serious departure from mine and a major fundamental difference, or something more topical about maybe a policy or something like that. But I hope that answers your questions. The other thing that I will be doing is I will make sure to be reaching out to a diverse group on campus to make sure that I am garnering that representation. I don't want to allow myself to be cut in by a small subset that I'm already engaging with on this campus. I want to be able to expand who I'm speaking to, whose perspectives and voice that I'm hearing, so that I can more fully represent CSU in a meaningful and positive way.
Thank you very much. That does answer my question, and I yield.
Thank you, Senator Lowry. And with that, any other questions? We have about 30 seconds left. All right, seeing none, Senator Nottingham, if you could do me a favor, drop out of the meeting and come back. I think that's the easiest way to do this, and I'll reassign you to the room, okay?
Absolutely. I appreciate y'all having me and letting me speak. So thank you.
All right, I'm going to send a message to Isaiah Dennings here. Thank you for your patience, friends. We're trying to figure out the breakout function with Senator Townsend not having a mic, so we're having to, improvise. So we hopefully figured that out, but I'm going to send Dennings back in now. All right, Senator Associate Dennings, can you hear us?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you are good. I'm going to make a quick announcement before we jump to you. I just want to let everyone know it is 8:30. It's about 2 hours in. Once we go beyond 2 hours, we will automatically change office hours and outreach hours. So that's your incentive to stick around if you want to benefit from that. Please stick around. That's my invitation. Associate Dennings, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, awesome. Hi, my name is Associate Isaiah Dennings. I represent the Liberal Arts College. I got elected from LADLC, and I'm a second year. I study political science with a minor in biomedical sciences. I'm also a member of the Honors College. A little bit more about me. I think my main push for ASCSU is more connections and kind of collaboration in between colleges, because my major kind of reflects that I have stakes in like a whole bunch of different things, and so I really want more cohesion within our colleges here, and that also goes with the greater Fort Collins community. And so that's why I think being a part of this board can kind of help me with that. I really value local government. It's where things actually happen, and I feel like CSU has just a large part of that. Like there's Fort Collins and there's CSU. I feel like we should be more, connected as one big system. And so I think my strengths where this comes in is my reporting. I used to work for the Collegian, and I'm in news writing right now. So I've done a lot of research with local government officials. I go to the city council meetings. I think it's like every other Tuesday. And so I kind of have contacts that I've gotten information from. I also used to work for the city of Fort Collins, for the Parks and Rec department, mind you, but it's still, it's connections for the local government. So I think that being on this board, I could add a lot of useful insights and a lot of resources for students at CSU to kind of make us feel more integrated into the Fort Collins community. I know I didn't really feel like I was a Fort Collins resident until I moved off campus and into my own apartments. And I feel like that shouldn't be the case. I feel like CSU should really meld with the Fort Collins community, and you should feel just as much like a CSU Ram as you are a Fort Colonite, or I don't know what the name for colonists. I don't know what we are, but yeah. So that's kind of my spiel.
Thank you, Associate Dennings. With that, we'll open 5 minutes of questions with the first raised hand. Any questions for Associate Dennings? Yeah, Senator Lowry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question would be, it sounds like a lot of this would not be new for you with some of the experience that you have in the background. I'm curious, what would your approach be to a problem or situation within this board that is new for you?
I think for a novel problem, I definitely collaborate with all my constituents, of course, kind of see what my people feel their stance on an issue is, like doing canvassing, surveying, and also just talking to people that have done it before, people that have been on the council, working with exec. Like I said, collaboration is a really big thing. Once you put minds together, I think that's the end all be all to solve all problems, and especially new problems, because they're novel, they've never been worked on before. So I feel like with all our different diverse perspectives, we can look at problems from different angles and figure out the best one. I don't know if that's too vague, but yeah.
Not vague at all. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you calling attention to often the information's in the room. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Lowry. Any other questions for Associate Dennings? All right, well, seeing none, Associate Dennings, what would be easiest if you can drop off the meeting and join back in? I'll add you to the breakout room again. Sound good?
Well, that sounds good. So just leave the meeting?
Yep, and then you can jump right back in.
Okay, awesome. See you guys later.
I'm going to send a message to Townsend to come back, and I'm going to call him on my cell phone on speakerphone. So we'll give this a shot. Hopefully this works. Senator Townsend does not have a mic. All right, waiting on Townsend here. Can you all hear me okay still? Let's see. I'm going to switch to here. How about now? Would somebody be able to speak for me just to make sure my audio is right?
Yeah, you're good.
Yep, awesome. Thank you. All right. All right, I'm going to give Townsend a call.
Hey, Christian.
Senator Townsend, hi, you're with everyone. Can you all hear Senator Townsend? Yep. All right, my friend, you have 5 minutes to share.
Okay. I can't hear them. So, quick question. Is it okay if we do the call thing for the quick presentation and then switch back to the chat for the questions?
You know, it's not.
Would that be okay?
You know, it's actually not working for us right now at the moment. So what I'm planning to do is just have them ask questions in the chat, or if they speak, you're on speakerphone, so you should be able to hear on your end, and then we can just go back and forth. Does that work?
Hopefully. All right. So I'm just going to try to keep this short and sweet then. We got into a bit of a conversation in the breakout room. Anyway, I would love the opportunity to join the board and represent the student voice, not only in Fort Collins, but also in Colorado, and try to help policymakers understand understand students' positions on different issues, especially U+2, trying to find a way to get around that, and hopefully change it to, I believe it was Me+3 last year was what we were pushing, as well as a multitude of other different issues. And I'll be more than happy to take any questions.
All right, with the first raised hand, we can ask questions for Senator Townsend. Any questions for Senator Townsend? Going once, going twice. All right, seeing none with that, we're going to drop you back into the breakout room if that works, Michael.
Okie dokie. All right, yeah, that works for me. Cool.
All right, sounds good. All right, hang on. All right, thanks for your patience, everyone. I know that was a bit unorthodox. With that, we are going to, I believe they're all in the breakout room. Yep, they are. Okay, so I'm going to open up 10 minutes of discussion debate on the candidates, if that is in order. Yeah, Chair McCall, you have the floor.
Hi, yeah. I first of all want to say that I think that all the candidates are really qualified and that they've all had like really great answers to all the questions. I just personally wanted to voice my support for Senator Dennings. I've personally known him since the first semester of my freshman year, and I know how dedicated he is to the work that he does. I've read his articles in the Collegian. He does such a great job doing all of those. And even though he's a little bit newer to the Senate, I know that he'd be such a good fit for this position and that he'd serve us really well. So with that, I yield. I just wanted to voice that support.
Yeah, thank you, Chair McCall. Chair Rossler, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I wanted to voice my support for both Senator Nottingham and Senator Dennings. I think that both of them exemplified that they would do incredible jobs, as well as would build their skill sets really accordingly, really well, because I think that they both really represented complementary behaviors. And I think that they would work well together as well as individually in these positions.
Thank you, Chair Rossler. Any other
I yield.
comments? Yep. Thank you. Any other comments on the candidates? Going once, going twice. All right, seeing none, we're going to end discussion debate and immediately head to the vote here. Waiting on Speaker Pro Tem, we want to decide how many we have in the room. It looks like we have 27 voting members. So we're going to look for no more than 27 votes on this. I'm going to test this out. We have not done this before. So I'm going to launch a poll, specifically a multi-choice poll. I don't know if you're able to choose more than one person, but my ask is that you would only choose 3 out of the 4 candidates that you want to appoint to this board. So I'm just going to do a test poll here just to see if the concept works. If not, we've got a backup plan. What is your favorite cereal? Tell us 3 if you're able to. It might only let you say 1, but I'm curious how this works.
What kind of cereal do you eat? It's awful cereal.
My apologies. Very, no, a bit simplistic. I definitely didn't.
Cinnamon Toast
didn't
Crunch is
explore.
pretty good. You can't fight that.
Hey, was it working, friends? Were you able to submit more than 1?
Yeah.
Yep,
Yes.
you could submit 3. Beautiful. All right, I'm going to make a poll right up here for that. So with all 3 candidates, and I'm asking that you would choose only 3 out of the list, 3 out of the 4. If you are not a voting member, please indicate that. I am adding that to the poll right now. So we're looking for no more than 27 votes. We are able to see, yeah, what was the result here? Looks like a tie between Honey Bunches of Oats and Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Very interesting. All right, let's see. I'm going to edit this real quick. Thank you for your patience, friends. Apologies, we haven't done this style of voting before, so we'll know for future reference how to facilitate this. All right, I'm going to launch the poll now.
And just as a reminder, this is for voting members, so associates, unless you're voting in place of a senator, please refrain from voting.
I have a point of clarification really quick, or I guess just a question.
Sure.
If do we have to vote for 3?
Good question. I'm going to say you don't have to, I suppose, because it will give us the percentages for the top 3. So no more than 3. We'll say that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Of course. So no more than 3. Up to 3 people you can vote for out of the list of 4. I'm going to launch the poll now. Please let me know if you have any problems with it and indicate if you're not a voting member. All right, keep the votes coming. Remember, if you're a senator, you can vote. If you're an associate filling in for a senator, you can also vote. If you're just an associate, you aren't able to vote this time around. All right, keep them coming. We have a few more. All right. Yep, we've got a few more spots. So if you haven't gotten the chance to vote, please do so. And if you haven't voted, we'll just treat that as an abstention just for the record. All right, I'm going to end the poll and share the results. Are you able to see that? We have 58% for Nottingham, 58% for Dennings, 25% for Townsend, and 11% for Hill. So Nottingham, Dennings, and Townsend will be joining the board. And I'm going to stop sharing here. And I'll end the breakout room. Thanks for your patience there, friends. We'll jump to business in just a moment. All right, waiting for them to join back in. We have Senator Hill, Senator Nottingham, waiting on Associate Dennings. All right, congratulations, friends. It looks like you're all back. Congratulations to Nottingham, Dennings, and Townsend. You all have been selected for the role. So with that, we are going to move on to business. Is there a motion to add the travel grant first as business? I heard an intention to do that. Is there a motion? Yeah, I see a motion from Senator Townsend to move the Indigenous travel grant to number 1 on our list. Is there a second?
A second.
Second.
All right. If you could unmute and just wait for a moment here, I'm going to ask all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right. All opposed? All right. Sounds great. Well, it'll be first on the list. So with that, Parliamentarian Clark, would you be able to share your screen with the Indigenous Travel Grant? Senator Osterhout, you have 10 minutes to present, starting in just a few moments here once you get ready.
Awesome. Point of information, Mr. Speaker, I think you need to give me the ability to share my screen.
And point of information real quick, the bill's been updated since I sent it over. So would you mind if I shared my screen? Because there's been some major changes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool, thank you.
I'm so sorry. Point of clarification. So you can't, once you've submitted a bill, you can't make changes to it. Those will have to be made changes in committee. So you have to put it as the bill that was already submitted. That's due to like personal privilege so that I have access to the bill, and that's the one that was sent out. I don't mean to like totally cut you off. You can definitely make those changes and make those adjustments and talk about them in your presentation, but you cannot present those specific changes to Senate due to the fact that that's not the bill you originally submitted.
Okay, so like I can't talk about the changes?
No, you can. You totally can. We can make those changes in committee. You just can't present them to the Senate body.
Okay, that makes sense. I understand.
Thank you.
So
Thank you for my time.
Yeah, so with that, Senator Osterhout, is that all right? We sent a PDF out to the Monday email with the original bill. So is it okay if we share that, and then feel free to mention any additional endorsements?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep. All right, Parliamentarian Clark, I'm making you co-host right now. And Senator Osterhout, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm here with y'all. Actually, let me introduce myself. I know y'all hear me every week for the land acknowledgement, but my name is Lizzie Osterhout. I'm a second year. I'm studying zoology, and I'm on the pre-vet track. So that's a little bit about me. I'm from the Pueblo of Jemez tribe as well, down in New Mexico. So that's my tribal affiliation, and I'm here today to present the bill that I've written to really support Indigenous students. So part of the main reason was COVID-19 really hit our nations hard. It's written in the bill, but we lacked the CARES Act, and some tribes did end up suing the Treasury Department because they were late. So that being said, our people have been marginalized from the whole population of this country. And through that, we are really lacking resources right now. So like our previous gallery member said, he was homeless for a while, just even before this, but COVID-19 has made it very hard. I spoke with a student a couple weeks ago, and she said, she was talking to me about her story, and her parents had to save up extra and work extra hours for her, and she had to pick up a second job just so they could have the funds to move her in. And she's a freshman, and she's dealing with those hardships right now. And part of going home isn't just about family to us. We have a lot of spiritual ties to our homelands, and it's part of a way for us to seek medical care. So most, as a background, Indigenous students, we have Indian Health Services as our medical coverage is just what's given to us through our tribal affiliation and where we live. And a lot of those IHS medical units are within their homelands, and there's no IHS services available to Fort Collins residents, specifically Indigenous students. So when they do have to seek medical care here, it's out of pocket or they have to go home. And that's really expensive for them to afford that. And that's why COVID has really hit us hard, because we lost a lot of jobs or people have gotten sick. As mentioned in my bill, Indigenous people are 3.5 times likely to get infected at a younger age because we're not able to just take a break and work from home, because that's just not the resources we have available. And as well as we have that spiritual health, we have to take care of ourselves. And I know it might be hard to grasp for the outside world, but it's what really grounds us within ourselves and our culture. And it's very intertribal. So that's why we need to go home, to really take care of ourselves and our mental health and our spiritual health and our medical care. So I'm just going to go into some details of the bill now. That's a little background as to why this is so important for our Indigenous students. And let's see, if you can scroll down all that whereas stuff I just explained. So I am asking for 10,000 in this bill, but the 10,000 will go for this whole academic year. And there is a sunset clause at the bottom stating what we don't use will be returned to the ASCSU discretionary fund. That's part of the changes, but it's going to be returned. And I'm asking for such a high amount so we make sure no students are left behind, because it would be unfair to help cover one student's travel and then we can't cover another. So everything else that we don't use will be returned. And then there will be an open application process to everybody who identifies as Indigenous. And there were some concerns brought up, and I've addressed them privately with other people, but we don't want to leave out any other marginalized students. And we recognize a lot of POC people have been affected by COVID-19, but the term Indigenous is very broad, and that's why we use it, because there are multiracial people. We do have our Afro-Indigenous students. We have our Latina Indigenous students. So that's part of the reason we use Indigenous, to really encompass everybody with that Indigenous identity, because we are so specific within our tribal identities. And there will also be an application review board made up of volunteers from ASCSU and the NAC, because I really just wanted to keep building that relationship between ASCSU and NAC, and it will just go over the criteria, which is followed down below. So the students applying, it's open, but they have to be enrolled at least 3/4 time. And I made that decision because I was following the NALA qualifications, and NALA is the Native American Legacy Award, where basically out-of-state students get in-state tuition, but it dials down to like half-time or part-time, but the lowest is 3/4 time. And I would like to respect what the NAC has established for 3/4 time students as well. And they have to identify as Indigenous and Native American. And there's also, I know it might be confusing, but students do not have to show documentation of tribal affiliation, because we're really trying to avoid that colonizer mindset, in a sense where we are the only peoples having to prove our blood, having to prove our identity. And we're really trying to move away from that. And it's within your own self that you identify as Indigenous. So we don't want to be the gatekeepers as to who's a Native and who's not. So that's why there is that you don't have to show tribal affiliation. You don't have to be enrolled in a federal or state recognized tribes, because there are some tribes that are present, but they're not recognized. So there's a lot of just colonization present within our own people, and we're not trying to push that mindset onto our students. And to deter the students who might want a quick buck from this travel grant, we did have some essay questions available. You can read those below. Basically, why are you applying? How will this help you? And then part of it is when they get, if they're approved, they will have to volunteer for the NAC and means to give back to their community here. But all final decisions will be made by the Native American Cultural Center. And underneath that is a different sunset clause, but those are about the differences and a really quick overview. And I'm welcome. Oh, sorry, I'm all over the place. So students in state will be able to get a shuttle ride or a partner. We already have a partner established with Green Ride, just present in ASCSU, so they get shuttles. And I had a meeting with Hannah Taylor this morning to really discuss the nitty gritty stuff about out-of-state travel. So we're still working on that. We're getting the pandemic preparedness team involved, and we've been talking to Blanche Hughes to really make an exception for Indigenous students, because it's not just to go on a group break. It's not just to like visit family. It's for our spiritual care and our mental health and our physical medical care that we need to go home. So yeah, that is my bill, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Senator Osterhout. We have a question from Senator Carrillo. I'm opening up 10 minutes for Q&A. Senator Carrillo, you have the floor.
Hello, thank you, Senator Osterhout. I just want to start by saying that I don't want to trivialize Casey's story or anybody who's suffered anything like that, but I do have some genuine concerns about the bill. I looked at some of the CSU stats and some of the COVID-19 statistics, and reading the bill, if it seems like with slight verbiage changes, this bill could apply to any group on campus. There are several people who have HMOs for their insurance, so they can only go to specific doctors, and some of those are where they're from. Me personally, I don't feel the same spiritual connectedness to churches around here as I do at home. So a lot of these, they're kind of general things that I think apply to a lot of people. And I'm going off of 2018 numbers because that's the latest reported information for Colorado State. But in 2018, there were 113 Native American students. And with the $10,000, that gives about $88 to each student for travel. They at least have the opportunity for that much. And just applying that equally to the other minorities on campus, if we wanted to provide that same amount of funding for all of the Black American students on campus, that would require about $54,000 of funding. If we wanted to give to the Asian and Pacific Islanders on campus, that would cost about $72,000. And then if we wanted to offer this same kind of thing to El Centro, then that would cost $329,000. So my question for you is, why do you think that the Native American community on campus is more deserving of this money than anyone else?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that brings a mindset to this bill that we don't see a lot, but I understand your concerns where you're asking me why should we prioritize the Native American students, and to that I say it is our spiritual identity. We are different peoples. You said you have a different connection to your church back home, but you have access to resources up here, whereas we have to go back to our homelands, our reses, to have that connection, and we don't have that up here. There's such a low population that we need to go home in order to care for ourselves. And I know it's maybe not normalized within our society, but it's a really big part of our identity. And that's what makes Native Americans more in need for this bill, because we have much more at stake for the lack of resources here in Fort Collins or in Colorado.
Okay. I'll leave it at that. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Carrillo. Senator Robinson, you have the floor, and we have about 7 minutes left of Q&A.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Lizzie, for bringing this bill to us, because I know that from my perspective, I do not know the types of struggles that the Native American community goes through, not only here on campus, but across this nation. And I think that you bring up some marvelous points that those of us, and let's be honest with ourselves, that a good majority of us are not indigenous to this land. We do not experience the same struggles. So I think that, I bring that up because, this bill kind of brings up issues and, points that, that we don't think about because we don't know those things. You don't know what you don't know, as we say. So I just want to make that point real quick, and I appreciate the you bringing this to us. My question relates to, I know it says in the bill that in the questions portions or in the essay portion, the question comes up of will a student commit to volunteering for the NAC office? I want to know what that volunteering looks like in terms of substantive actions in terms of volunteering, and how that we can ensure that we're holding students accountable to that volunteering. If you have those answers on that, I know there's a lot of logistical things with that.
Yeah, that's a good point too, making sure, because I know in this weird time, we're all mostly online, but the volunteering would be online through our events that we're hosting. So we host events throughout the year or through Greg Deal or just volunteering in our local events that we have on Zoom or even working in the office or just coming by. I don't know if that answered your question, but it's going to be mostly online volunteering just so we can make sure everyone feels comfortable and safe through our like online events we have.
Okay. Yeah, I think that answers my question. Thank you again, and I yield.
Thank you, Senator Robinson. We did have a question in the chat. This is just Q&A function right now. Typically, we don't entertain a debate. At least I haven't been in the position during the first reading, with the hope that we would make all of the changes in the work in the background during committee meetings, where it's a little more informal and you have more dialogue there. Happy to entertain a motion for debate today, but right now it's Q&A. Chair Hazelton, you have the floor.
Yeah, first, Lizzie, I wanted to congratulate you. Your bill seems really well written, and you have really good answers for the questions we've been having. So I want to say how much I appreciate that. I guess my question would be, I'm just a little curious on where you came up with the number 10,000 in terms of funds for this travel grant.
Yeah, that's a great question. It definitely seems random, huh? So actually throughout this whole process, I've been meeting with Chair Gemma Buenco throughout this, so I really have an informative stance on where I'm asking. And she recommended to me that the highest I could ever ask is 15,000, and I figured 10,000 was a good safe zone. And knowing that we may not use the funds and we don't want to leave anyone out, that's why it just at the end of this academic year, it would just be returned to the Senate discretionary fund.
Yeah, and then a follow-up on that. So I know Senator Carrillo listed a bunch of different statistics. Do you have a general idea of how many students are going to apply to this grant? Do you have like any idea of the feedback or interest in this grant? I think is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, so I've definitely reached out. I've sent out a poll so we can actually gauge how many students will do that through the NAC. And I don't personally have access to the database because there's some legality within it. Through Tiffany, she can't tell me how many Native students are actually on campus or off campus. So that's why we're still waiting on the poll results to see that who will actually use it and apply.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you, Chair Hazelton. Senator McMahon, you have the floor. We have about 3 minutes left in Q&A.
Thanks. I had just a quick question on the reimbursement paragraph. So it says that monetary reimbursement will go to gas and for the shuttle rides to the airport. Is that solely limiting to that? Like, could you provide reimbursement for train tickets or something like this too? I know airfare is probably out of the question because it's really expensive and you couldn't really distribute that evenly. But are there like I can see other avenues of students getting back home, and would those be entertained as well?
Yeah, that's a great question too. There's been some updates. I guess I'll send that next week or it'll go to committee, but I did change that whereas clause just a bit. So we are open to any stuff with invoices, if that makes sense, because that's our big thing for getting reimbursements is through an invoice. So if they have a train ticket and they send that to us, we can totally do that. And the shuttle is in state, but the gas is actually changed to mileage because there's some Colorado state laws that we have to follow.
Okay, perfect. And then just one more question. Is there going to be a cap on how much a student can get, or is it just going to be distributed between how many apply that year?
Yeah, so it's going to be distributed through how many applicants we have. If there's so little applicants and they all can get fully reimbursed, we're going to do that. But if we get a high number of applicants, I guess it is case by case and what actually happens. But we're planning to hopefully reimburse every student fully that does submit an application and gets accepted.
And say there is a large application pool one year and students can only get like $50. Do you think that's actually enough to help them?
I think any cent matters. If it will take off some hardship from their parents' back or a student's back, maybe to some people in this room, $50 isn't that much. But to another student, $50 in their minds could be 100 or 1,000. It just really depends on perspective. And if we can help any way we can to get students spiritual, mental, and medical care, we're going to do that.
Perfect. I yield.
Thank you, Senator McMahon. Senator Nottingham, you have the floor. We have about 20 seconds left. Could you motion for either?
Motion to extend discussion debate by 5 minutes.
This is actually question and answer.
Oh,
Are you
sorry,
able to
question and answer by 5 minutes.
Yeah, is there a second
Seconded.
on that? Yep, second. All right, if you could unmute in just a moment, I'm going to ask. All in favor of extending by 5 minutes, please say aye.
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 All
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right, the ayes have it. 5 minutes extension. Senator Nottingham.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Firstly, thank you for bringing this bill forward, Senator Osterhout. I think that it's incredibly important that we're supporting our Indigenous community here at CSU, especially as a land grant institution. I think that the fact that we do the land acknowledgement every day should remind us that we have a certain responsibility to acknowledge the ancestry of this land and to acknowledge from whom it was taken, quite honestly, and the legacy impact. And I believe that there's a very direct political, sociological or political, or whatever you want to call it, correlation between that history and this being something that is needed. But I just wanted to say that as a senator from Multi-Faith and Belief Student Council, that spiritual health is absolutely incredibly important. But I was wondering if you could expand on that a little bit, if you feel comfortable, and maybe explain to people who may not be as familiar with what is obviously very different than other often Western-centric religious models, how that operates and what the relationship to the land is, if you could, please.
Yeah, I can totally expand on that. I apologize for not explaining that to the Senate body tonight, but our spiritual health, it's really connected to like ceremonies. I don't know, but it's like intertribal, and we go home to do ceremonies, and that's maybe where you see your stereotypical like natives dancing, or we just have a lot of connection to the land. And because that's within our creation stories, I don't know if that makes sense, but between different tribes, we say we came up from the dirt, or this is Turtle Island, and we still practice that connection because we've been here since the beginning of time. And we have our ceremonies and our practices, and then we'll have different like I'm forgetting the word. It's like a rite of passage. So we'll have different historical events through our lives that we have to attend, or we have medicine men that we go to when we're seeking help and we need an answer, and they're only through our tribe because they're intertribal and they can help us. But that's the general basis. I personally can't say anything about my tribe because it's just very secretive like that, but that's the general basis of it.
Thank you very much. And I would also like to ask, do you have any possible forecast of how many people would possibly apply to this? It's kind of a hard question to answer, I guess, but do you have any idea?
Yeah, so we were talking about this earlier. I mentioned how I sent out a poll that we're waiting to send out so I can actually gauge who's going to apply and who's going to apply for this. And I mentioned how I don't have access to the database that says how many Native students are here legality wise. So that's why we're counting on the poll.
Okay, my apologies. I misheard that then. And thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I yield.
Thank you, Senator Nottingham. President Taylor, and we have about 1:30 left in questions.
Can I just
make sure you all are getting to your questions.
Can I just jump in real quick and remind Senate to keep decorum, especially when we're talking about personal religions? We need to refrain from casting judgments. So can we please check ourselves, or maybe just turn off our cameras if we feel like we can't control ourselves? Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Chair Boyanko. Yep, absolutely would echo that. Over to you, President Taylor. Are you in the House?
I was just gonna add, Christian, like a little point of clarification to help.
Point of personal privilege. I cannot hear the speaker.
Hello?
Yeah, it's a bit quiet, President Taylor. Are you able to speak closer to the microphone?
Yeah, is this better? I'm so sorry.
Yep, you're good now.
Okay, I'm so sorry about that. I was just gonna add like a quick point of clarification because there was a recent development on how the funding of this would work. I don't know if that's allowed if Senator Osterhout yields to me or if I can just add it. What does that look like?
I'll entertain it. You have a recent development, Senator Osterhout. What were you saying?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I yield, but
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So I spoke with the ASCSU accountant, not ASCSU, excuse me, SLICE accountant Keith earlier about this. And so there's a couple of options. We can do invoice, but what might actually be easier and be a little bit more transparent and monitored is that if a student goes through this application process and NAC confirms them and says that they'll pay for their travel fees, then if they go through the system, they can just go through the ASCSU account and charge to our account so that an invoice wouldn't be necessary. Or they can just direct it to us and we can book within ASCSU their train ticket or shuttle ticket or reimburse for mileage so that we wouldn't just be giving over the lump sum. Since there are some complications there, we would be dealing with that process and it would be going through us and paying for all of that. So thank you. That was all I had.
Thank you, President Taylor. And we are out of time, so I'm not going to entertain any more questions. But Senator Crop, do you have a point of clarification or information, in which case you're able to interject?
No, not really. More of a question.
Okay. All right. With that, we're all out of time here. So I'm not intending to entertain discussion and debate because it sounds like a lot of these things can be worked out in the committee. It's also a reason for you to go to committee so you can speak about these things in that space. So with that, I'm going to send this off to University Affairs and Budgetary Committee. And with that, yeah, thank you so much, Senator Osterhout. Please go share there, bring in your constructive feedback there, and make the amendments within committee. That is the best place to do that. Does anyone have a point of clarification or information? Yeah, Associate Cruz Arizola.
Yeah, would this be an appropriate time if a member of the gallery wishes to speak? Can I yield to them?
I'm not going to entertain that at the moment because we're not entertaining discussion debate. Is it regarding the legislation?
Yeah.
You could motion for discussion debate. It would have to pass by a 2/3.
I would like to make a motion to do a discussion on debate on previous bill.
Second that.
Okay. We've got a second there. I'm going to wait just a moment. All right. I'm going to wait just a moment.
Why doesn't he want to do debate?
If you could unmute yourselves. All right. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? All right, sounds good. And I would like to just clarify, everyone, the reason why we weren't intending to entertain discussion debate is just because we realized the role of the committee process is for exactly that. If you've ever seen how it works at the federal level, that bill comes in, they name it, they label it, and they send it immediately to committee. It almost never gets any real, and the reason why that works well is because then all of the conversation in an informal dialogue place is where all of that conversation can happen. And so that's kind of the intent. I understand we have a little bit different structure. Associate Cruz Arizola, we're going to open up discussion debate. We'll say 10 minutes, starting with you. You have the floor.
Awesome. I just want to yield to Casey in the gallery.
Thank you, Senator. So there was initially some talk about the number of Native American students on campus. That number reflects, that number is not accurate. There's students who mark that they are Native American in hopes of receiving the Native American Legacy Award, whereas they get admitted and they find out they don't qualify for it. The NAC is very good at preventing exploitation of the resources made available to Native American students. So that number that was said earlier really diluted the amount of funding that each student would get. It was $88. As the president of the American Indian Science and Engineering Society, I'm very involved with the Native American community. I know how many students volunteer with us, and there wouldn't be more than 40 students who would really qualify for this travel grant. So that gives plenty of funding for them to go home. And speaking from my personal experience, I don't have a very fuel efficient car and I live 7 hours away. $88 would still get me there. And like Senator Osterhouse said, it may not seem like a lot of money to you, but when I was growing up, me and my mom were able to live on $100 for 2 weeks. So $88 would be a great help. And then in regards to our religion and why it's important that we travel back home in order to practice our religion, I'm from a northern tribe, specifically the Black Hills. So when I travel to the Black Hills, it gives me a sense of power. I feel very powerful. And that's the reason why I can't remember who did it, but they carved the presidents into the Black Hills as sort of a to mock us because they knew it was religiously significant to us. It gave us power, so they're trying to take power away from us. So when we're not able to visit back home, it kind of leaves us feeling weak. We're not able to practice our ceremonies, and the people who know how to practice their ceremonies live on the reservation because that's where we were pushed to. So that's what's different about our marginalized group is that we were pushed to these reservations where we were put in a situation where we can't flourish. We have no natural resources to sell to kind of bring wealth to our nation. And yeah, so this travel grant is really important for helping us travel back home to the reservation where we can bring our wealth that we generate here outside, like we're generating a wealth of knowledge, and it doesn't really help our tribe much if we can't make it back home. So just wanted to kind of clarify the religious significance of our land and how, although $88 doesn't seem like much, it does. And the number of Native American students is actually much less. I would estimate it to be 40 volunteers that would really be eligible for this. Thank you. I yield.
Yeah, so with that, I want to read the land acknowledgement. I really want people to listen to the words of the land acknowledgement. So Colorado State University acknowledges with respect that the land that we are on today is the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Arapaho, Cheyenne, and Ute nations and peoples. This was also a site of trade, gathering, and healing for numerous other Native tribes. We recognize the Indigenous people as original stewards of this land and all the relatives within it. As these words of acknowledgement are spoken and heard, the ties nations have to their traditional homelands are renewed and reaffirmed. CSU is founded as a land grant institution, and we accept that our mission must encompass access to education and inclusion, and significantly that our founding came at a dire cost to Native nations and peoples whose land this university was built upon. This acknowledgement is the education and inclusion we must practice in recognizing our institutional history, responsibility, and commitment. I yield.
Thank you, Associate Cruz Arzola. And Casey, thank you for sharing again. We have Associate Cruz Arzola. No, so Senator Carrillo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple things. The 113 that I found online, if that's lower, then that just means that even more money is going to each student, which makes it even more unfair for the rest of the students. And by making this a spiritual thing, it's discounting everyone else's religion. It's saying that this religion is more important than everyone else's, and they need to go home more than anyone else. And I just don't think that that's fair. This money isn't just a pot of money that's there. Students paid for this. This came out of our fees. And looking at how this translates to if we wanted to do this for every student, it would cost millions of dollars. And I don't think it's fair to not make this opportunity, to give this opportunity to just one select group of people. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Carrillo. I will remind everyone, just in the sake of decorum, to keep in mind as much as possible, if we can avoid political or religious statements as it relates to other people in the space. And so just for reference, I understand obviously that was probably not anyone's intent, but Senator Kropp, you do have the floor. We have about 5 minutes left.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say, I don't see the amount of money actually being spent on this bill being that close to 10,000. Granted, it'd be great if I was wrong and everyone took that up, but I'd really just say that to point out that I think how much would be spent on this relative to our budget is kind of negligible. So it's not that big of a deal to provide this. And I do think that even if we were to open something like this up, it wouldn't have that many. And I could eat my words on that, possibly. But with the sunset clause, being in that, and I can yield to Senator Osterhauer to give her thoughts on it, but I'm sure that in committee she would also yield it to instantly give whatever is left over of who didn't book before the end, so we instantly know after however many people sign up. So if she would be willing to accept those changes in committee, then we'd know right away, and we don't have much financial issues. So that's all I have on it, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Crabb. On to Chair Rossler. You have the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to commend you on the fact that you were so conscious about the verbiage within your bill. I think that it was really, really incredible that you're acknowledging the students who may not be recognized by their tribe. And I just think that that's beautiful, because I know that the US system has created like that, the blood count, where if you don't meet a certain amount, then you would not be considered indigenous, and that takes away resources from your communities and from different tribes. And so I just really, do want to commend you on this bill, and I think it's awesome.
Thank you, Chair Rossler. On to Senator Nottingham. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Just to echo Chair Rossler, to ditto, but to add to what he said, I think that it's especially important to recognize that an occupying colonial force is not the entity that we should rely on to identify who they're oppressing. But moving on from that, I just wanted to speak a little bit to, again, I want to repeat, I said this way too many times, I know. I'm the senator from the Multi-Faith and Belief Student Council, and really to the reason why I am here and why this office, this role as senator for this council was created, was to speak to the impact that religion and spiritual identities have within the context of CSU's campus. And I would argue that simply because different religions may have different events of different significance, just because different religions may have different means of traditions and means of worship, does not discredit any other religion, any other religious group. And I'm sure that the council would agree with me on that. And I am confident that I can speak to that as a representative of this council. I would also like to entertain the idea that if it is a popular concern, I'm very sure that the Multi-Faith and Belief Student Council would enjoy. I cannot speak to it, but I believe that they would enjoy endorsing your bill. Lastly, I think I just want to reemphasize what I briefly mentioned earlier, is that we have a true responsibility to the indigenous people of this land. There's no reason why we should be here other than colonial force and this history of oppression. And I think that the entire reason why we have a land acknowledgement, as well as arguably as well as why we have diversity programs and offices, is to recognize the impact of history and the way that that has shaped our students, and how students at CSU engage with CSU, are able to engage, and some obstacles or privileges that they may have regarding to, the way history has happened. Okay, and the if that was me, I apologize. But moving on though, yeah, I just wanted to reemphasize that and frame that argument a little bit, to say that we are, as a federal land grant institution, we owe it to these indigenous communities to honor our history and the cost that our founding came at. And with that, I'll yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Nottingham. I'm going to need a motion either to exhaust the speakers list or to extend speaking time. I would advise for the latter, to extend speaking time.
I'd like to make a motion to extend discussion and debate by 10 minutes.
Can I motion
Is there-
for 30 minutes?
Chair Hazelton, do you rescind your motion for a 30-minute?
Sure.
There's just
Okay,
a lot
yep.
of people.
Yep, so 30 minutes is on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, if you all could unmute, I'm going to ask in just a moment. All in favor of extending the speaking time, please say aye.
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 All opposed? All right, speaking time is extended by 30 minutes. With that, I do want to remind everyone, as per Robert's Rules of Order, there's a specific part of it that says whenever we have a voice in one direction, we have to seek balance in the space. And it doesn't necessarily mean that to ask somebody to speak against by any means the Native American Cultural Center or anything that Lizzie or Senator Osterhout is standing for. But in the sake of, I know we've had some thoughts of what's the best way to use these funds. And that is something that we should be debating within this space. So I do want to open that space. If you are wishing to speak against this legislation, I trust that it's not because you're against Native American Cultural Center or the work that Senator Osterhout is doing, but rather that you're questioning what is the best usage of these funds, which is a valid position to take. So I do want to open that space. If you message me directly, I will bounce back and forth between those wishing to speak in favor and in opposition to maintain balance in the space. So please message me directly if you wish to do so. Otherwise, we're going to continue. Chair Hazelton, you have the floor.
Really quick point of information to all of y'all. There are currently 38 minutes remaining on the confidence clock. Once the confidence clock runs out, we go into a state of no confidence, and I believe all of the business that we haven't voted on yet would be tabled until next week. As a Senate, we do have, I believe, 2 opportunities to extend that time, but only 2. So just to let you all know, about 38 minutes left on the confidence clock.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Clark. With that, we have Chair Hazelton. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're specifically talking about, as Chair Dixon mentioned, there's a level of what, Speaker Dixon mentioned. We are looking at a fundamental understanding of like what our funds look like. I think something to also consider is what a grant means. A grant does not necessarily mean it has to apply to every student. I also don't think that the best way we can use our money does not have to affect every student. It has to affect the students that need our help the most. And it has to affect, there's a list of priorities. We have to look at ourselves and decide what do we view as most important. And I think that comes down honestly to personal values. But I think something that's really important that we need to look at is there are students who are in unique positions where we were specifically talking about needing to go home. And the idea of, well, this isn't going to help the most amount of students, I think is an inherently wrong way to look at it, because it's going to significantly help a small amount of students, but amount of students who have been in a marginalized position and have been taken advantage of for a very long period of time, especially by academia. So looking at and acknowledging that a grant does not necessarily have to mean that every student is used for. And it doesn't have to mean that like all of the budget has to be used for those students specifically. I think that's the nice part about having such a large budget is the idea of, well, we have $100,000, or I guess we don't know how much we have right now, but in theory, we have $100,000 to spend on what we view as best for students. And I personally think this is a wonderful idea and is going to help students who couldn't necessarily get home otherwise. And especially if with it, like the spiritual aspect, but I mean, you could even take the spiritual aspect away and just say like, going home is so hard, and being away and especially being out of state. I'm an out of state kid. And it's really difficult sometimes. And I think we don't talk about that a lot, is the difficulty, like how hard it is to watch my friends go home and me just like wait it out and watch them see their family and me not be able to. So I think there's a level of understanding like what a grant is and what the importance of this bill is. And I think that's just important to acknowledge that. I guess, I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself a little bit, but I think we don't have to spend our money on every student to be the most beneficial to our community. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Chair Hazelton. And just a reminder for future speakers, if you hear your point being made exactly the same way that you would have made it, you can yield to redundancy, which just means your hand is basically being lowered, or if you want to add new points and then yield to redundancy, you're able to do that as well. Associate Athey, you have the floor.
I just want to tag on to the end of what Marla said. Last year, after quarantine started, I'm pretty sure passed a bill to send international students to help get them to the airport. We helped pay for that. I don't remember how much money that was for, but for all of the people who are against the bill, why can we pass that bill but not pass one to send Indigenous peoples home? I yield.
Thank you, Associate Athian. And just a reminder, if anyone is wishing to speak in opposition, message me directly and you will automatically be able to speak after someone has spoken in favor per Robert's Rules of Order. So message me directly if you wish to do so. Otherwise, Senator Villasenor, you have the floor.
Hi, yeah. Oh, sorry, roommate issues. But let me just say that I am gonna do my best to compose myself and follow decorum, because honestly I am really upset at some of the comments that have been made, and I just want to point out that being Native American is not a religion, it is somebody's identity, and the fact that you were tying that to a religious aspect I think is very inappropriate, and I also don't think that there is any need to be pitting marginalized identities and marginalized communities on campus or anywhere against each other, which is what I see occurring in this space right now. I just want to say that in order to balance out the space, like you had mentioned, Speaker Dixon, yes, other communities would love to have some grant like this, and our other communities on campus have different needs, and this money could also go towards them. And I can see that point of view where one would say, oh, this isn't fair. Like, why is this specific community getting this money? But in the case of SCPS offices and in the case of NAC, which is where this bill is going through, our funding gets cut every year. And we would not be here asking for this money if we had the funds. And I'm sorry that I'm getting emotional, but it's so frustrating to see how we preach this diversity and inclusion, but are yet do not support and don't give the means to our offices in order to properly support our students on campus and our communities. Yeah. And, I just feel like in the state and in the country, these marginalized communities are only increasing. And it's not even that we're a minority at this point. We are so close to being the majority. And I think that, this idea that, we need to pit ourselves against each other is just it just goes against everything that I personally that I stand for. And I wanted to just reiterate what Senator Nottingham had said about that these SCPS offices are here in order to support our communities of marginalized identities on campus. And that is what Lizzie is trying to do. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Villasenor. Yeah, thank you for that. I do want to just remind everyone just to be cautious with use statements, just per ad hominem. I do want to mention if you are mentioning, feel free to say the Senate body, us, right? As a group, we should be. So just keep that in mind. But yes, thank you for your passion, Senator Villasenor. Senator Robinson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a few points, and you would have thought I would have used this time to articulate them better than I'm going to, but I did not. So just bear with me. Just a couple of points about this. Kind of going off of what Senator Kropp had said. I can't, and I obviously we don't know what the final estimates will be, but I can't imagine that a use of 10% of the funds is going to be significantly detrimental to the operations that we performed in this body, especially if it goes to a cause such as this. So I just want to point that out, and I want to make a point that I think there's a bit of merit to the fact that to the point that we're giving this money to this demographic, but it's not helping everyone else. I think there is something there, but let's face the fact that our marginalized communities have been screwed over for generations, and if we're not prioritizing them, and if we're not acknowledging the injustices that we have brought upon them, and what is that? Does that really reflect good on our character? And it's just like I said, it's a very small price to pay to not even do a little bit of justice. I just at the end of the day, like let these kids go home. Let them go home to the home that we burned down to manifest our destiny. That's all I have. I yield.
Senator Robinson, would you be able to yield to Senator Osterhout, the author?
Oh yes, I would love to.
Thank you, Senator Robinson. I just wanted to reply to some comments that were made earlier, and I know there is a lot of concern that we are not hitting all the marginalized students right now. And I would just like to point out, I am doing my job. I am a senator for the Native American Cultural Center, and lately we know that SDPS offices they've been wronged all the time, and I am doing my job as a senator in the Senate body. And if you have those concerns, I am willing and open to help you write another bill to hit your concerns. But right now, this bill is unique in its identity, but I'm willing to help write a bill to hit all the marginalized students, if that makes sense. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Osterhout. With that, and I will entertain a motion at any point to advance to additional legislation. Obviously, I'm sensing a resounding consensus from the speakers so far. So if you do feel inclined to lower your hand and trust the body, that's what that means. If you were to lower your hand, you'd say, I trust that the body's moving in the right direction. We want to send this to committee and discuss it. So feel free to do so at your own discretion. Associate Richardson, you have the floor.
I would just like to point out, I think that the bill at hand is a great opportunity to exercise not equality, but equity. Because historically, I think that Indigenous communities have had very little access to bringing in wealth, as someone pointed out. I can't quite remember who made that point. I think that in general, they have been very disproportionately affected, just like many other marginalized communities, by COVID-19. But I do think that I very much appreciate you, Senator Osterhout, for bringing this up and bringing it up that you are doing your job. And I appreciate you having the courage and the drive to create this bill. And I just think that it would be a great act in kind of aligning with our community values of diversity and inclusion, because I think that includes equity, not just equality. I yield.
Thank you, Associate Richardson. Associate Cruz Arizola, you have the floor. Let's see, I think you might be muted. Yeah.
I had like different windows open or different desktops, and I was like trying to find the right one. But I guess okay, well, this is really emotional, but I'm just gonna try to get it out without stuttering or anything. But I think Associate Senator Richardson brings up a really good point, right? It's not about equality because we're all equal, right? It's about equity, because at the end of the day, COVID-19 hasn't affected everyone equally. It's disproportionate, right? Especially among communities of color, even more so Native American communities across the nation. So I just want to bring that up. Different communities need different types of resources, different amounts of money to make sure that they can, even the playing field, I guess, which I hate using that term, but you have to also, as senators, we have to keep in mind that we're not representing our own beliefs, right? We are here to represent students within our colleges, within our SCPS offices, ALVS, Multi-Faith and Belief Council. So I think just remember that you're not just representing your own personal thoughts and beliefs, you're representing everyone else, other students that are in the same college as you, like I mentioned. So just make sure that you take into consideration, or that as senators, we take into consideration when we speak, that we are representing all students within our college, within our SCPS office, because even then we don't all agree. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you, Associate Cruz Arizola. Associate Welch, you have the floor.
All right. So I'm pretty sure this was kind of mentioned earlier, but I feel like this bill is important because if people can't go back to their homes, they are less likely, I feel like, to come back to CSU. They might have not be able to if something happens. So I feel like if we do pass this bill, make it so much more likely that more students will stay. And like that's, I believe, like the most important thing we need to do as a Senate is to make sure that people in our college want to stay in our college or university. I think this bill is really important just because it'll help keep more people, but it'll just, this bill I feel like will definitely just make it so those people will feel better at CSU and will want to stay in CSU and not do something else instead. And I yield.
Thank you, Associate Welch. Let's see, Associate Osterk, are you wishing to speak in favor?
Yes, I was about to yield to redundancy. I just wanted to just make one quick point, if I could.
Yeah, absolutely. You have the
I think it was mentioned earlier. If $10,000, if we award $10,000, well then, what about everyone else? That's going to cost millions or something like that. And well, there's only so the indigenous people, the Native Americans were the original inhabitants, like what we've been talking about. So they deserve to go home as opposed to, I mean, everyone else. There's not very many people that can say they've been forced onto a reservation. So that I believe is a unique circumstance, and anyone who's taken American history, I think, would understand why we should sympathize with Native Americans and shouldn't really put any obstacles in their way from having to travel back home. So I just feel like there was a bit of, I guess, an unfair comparison that was made, or I just don't think that it's an argument. It's not. It doesn't make sense to me. Well, send everybody else home. Well, yeah, everybody wants to go home, but we're not indigenous, we're not Native Americans. So I feel that it's very important, I believe, to kind of point that out. And I yield.
Thank you, Associate Osterk. We do have somebody on the secondary speakers list. Is anyone wishing to speak who hasn't spoken yet on the primary speakers list? Yeah, I see Senator Lowry. You have the floor, and then we'll jump to the secondary speakers list if nobody else is wishing to speak. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to call attention to the number of SDPS office senators who have endorsed this bill, and I yield.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Lowry. Anyone else wishing to speak on the primary speakers list? All right, moving to the secondary speakers list. Senator Carrillo, you have the floor, and anyone else following would be on the secondary speakers list.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to start off. I think that I don't want this to be misconstrued as I don't care about our Native American students. It's just that, like, my beginning argument when I questioned Senator Osterhout was that the arguments in the bill can kind of be made for any minority. I'm a first generation Mexican student. My dad was deported. And so like, I understand like these struggles, and I am not, it's not that I'm not sympathetic to the request, but when I look at the money that we spend, I am looking at it as every penny that we spend is the reason why tuition is what it is. People pay $40,000 a year to go to this institution, and that's because of everything that we fund. And so my point is just that this helps a very small community of people, and the reasons that are in the bill are pretty universal. They apply to, like I said, with slight verbiage changes, most of those apply to most minorities on campus. Hispanics in particular are the most hospitalized minority from COVID-19. Black Americans are dying at the highest rate. And so that's my point. Everyone could apply for the same thing. And we're talking about equity. We're talking about everything should be equal, and I just don't see that as providing equity. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Carrillo. Back to this primary speakers list for Senator Nivert, and then Associate Cruz Arizola on the secondary. Senator Nivert, you have the floor.
Joe Biden. Can you hear me?
There's a little bit of background noise there, but we can.
Is that
hear you.
better? Can you
A
not
little
hear
bit
as much? I'm trying
better.
to
Yeah, there
eliminate
you go.
background noise. Okay.
Yeah, you're good now.
So, as a response to what the previous speaker said, if that is such a big deal, I feel like we should work to make bills to fix those problems for those other minority groups and not just stop this bill because it doesn't support all the minority groups. If that is a serious issue, we should all think about and work on and work towards creating bills that would solve those problems for those groups, not just and we should do it. I think it is appropriate to do it group by group because different groups need different things. And what Osterhound is trying to do is to get a very specific amount of money for a very specific goal. And I think that's exactly what we should be doing with these kind of bills. And if other people and I am thinking about writing bills that kind of focus and look at how we can help these communities with their specific problems, because the Black community does not have the same problem as the Native American community, as the Latino community, as numerous other communities. So if that is a serious concern, I think we should not focus that on this bill, but focus that on the idea of if we want to make future bills, it should not be, well, one bill should fit all, because it's just not how that works. And we should make bills that are passable like this one. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Nybert. Going back to the primary speakers list, we have Chair Boyenko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to point out that, firstly, there were some concerns that anyone could apply for this grant. And I totally understand that. And when I spoke with Lizzie, we've spoken a couple times about this grant, and I said, you know, there's loopholes, right? That anyone can exploit this grant that's not Indigenous and come in and say, I'm going to take this money that's meant for Indigenous students. And that's why Lizzie was very mindful, and she created there's a clause in the bill that says there's a committee made up of ASCSU reps and NAC representatives. Ultimately, NAC representatives have to say on who gets the money and who doesn't. Hold on. Can you hear me?
I can. It's a bit faint, but I can hear you. Just a heads up.
Okay. Ultimately, the committee decides who gets the money and who doesn't, and the people on the committee that get that say are NAC representatives. So at the end of the day, I have faith that the NAC representatives are not going to give this money out to just anyone. They're going to give them out to people who belong to the communities they serve, and ultimately people who are going to, in turn, serve their community. I yield.
Thank you, Chair Boyenko. Chair Boyenko, would you be willing to yield to either to Senator Carrillo, or correct me if I'm wrong, Associate Arzola, have you spoken, this would be your third time speaking? That's right. Okay. So yeah, so we actually don't have a tertiary speakers list, but if Chair Boyenko is willing to yield to each of those individual members, then we could do that. I see you lowered your hand, Associate Arzola. Chair Boyenko, are you wishing to yield to Senator Carrillo? Otherwise, we would immediately end a discussion and debate.
Yeah, I yield.
Sorry, I didn't know about the tertiary rule. But yeah, just kind of going back to one of the points that someone came back with, that was kind of my point in the beginning, that we can make bills for these other marginalized communities as well. But like I said, to have a bill that is equitable to this one, for just, for example, for the Hispanic community on campus, it would cost over $300,000. And so that's what I'm saying. And like, I understand 10,000, I do think it's going to get used. If the 40 is correct, the number of students that would actually qualify, that's only $250 per student, which is not that much when you're doing gas back and forth across state. So yeah, I guess that's it. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Carrillo. Chair Boyenko, do you yield?
I will will just say, if the amount of money is what we're concerned about now, that there isn't enough money, I am happy to raise the amount of money in our committee in budgetary this Friday. So if you're excited about raising the amount of money that would be allotted in this travel grant, go ahead and join us in committee on Friday at 2 p.m. I'll send out a Zoom link tomorrow. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Chair Boyenko. And it is the same Zoom link for all committees, just a heads up. You can find that on the ASCSU Senate page, along with all of the committee times. Senator Villasenor on the secondary speakers list, you have the floor. And we have about 2.5 minutes left. And then I suspect we'll be taking a 5-minute break before continuing. Keep in mind, if you do stick around here until the end, we will be curbing office hours and outreach hours. Speaker Pro Tem Reyes is taking attendance regularly. Just a heads up. Senator Villasenor.
Awesome. Great. 2 minutes is, sorry, 2 minutes is enough to get my point across. So there was comments mentioned about how this bill can be applied to the majority of the communities, of marginalized communities. And I just want to point out some statistics about the Indigenous population and like Indigenous communities that we have, like not even just in our state, but like nationwide. So I want to point out that pre-colonization, the native population was of about 112 million. And afterwards, currently, it sits at 6.79 million. That's 2.09% of their original population, of the total population that I just mentioned. Excuse me. I just think that when this language of, it can be applied to all communities, it's not applicable here. I think this is a very unique community made up of a very specific amount of members. And I just think that if you really think about it, their population was reduced by 95%. So this bill is not a bill that can be applied to the majority of marginalized communities, because all these other communities have not gone through this reduction of like population size and like oppression. And I want to use like my I statements in this statement, because I just feel like this bill is something that can only be applied to our Indigenous community here on campus, or abroad, but we are given the opportunity to apply it to our Indigenous students here on campus, and I think it's something that needs to be done. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Villasenor. Nearing the end here, we have about a minute left if anyone is wishing to speak. Otherwise, we will be sending it to committee. Going once, going twice. All right, friends. Well, I just want to say I appreciate your engagement, your sensitivity, and your passion. I feel all of that in this space, and we want that. That's needed for us as representatives to engage in this way. So I appreciate that. I hope it doesn't stop here. Continue it in committee, all right? Go to Gemma's committee, Chair Boyenko, on Fridays for budgetary affairs. Go to Chair Rossler's committee on Tuesdays for university affairs. It will be housed there. Is there a motion from Speaker Pro Tem Reyes to extend the confidence clock?
I would move to extend the confidence clock by 1 hour.
All right. Is there a second on that?
I
That just gives
second
us
that.
more. Yep. That gives us more margin. I'm going to ask in a couple seconds here. All in favor of extending the confidence clock, please say aye.
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 All opposed? All right. With that, Speaker Pro Tem Reyes, do you have another motion to make?
I would move for a 5-minute recess.
Is there a second for that? Yep. All right. With that, please unmute. Actually, I'm going to seek unanimous consent for that motion. Apologies. Did someone interject? I'm going to seek unanimous consent for that motion. Is there any dissent to the motion to move to 5 minutes of recess? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to set a timer here, 5 minutes. Feel free to turn off your cameras, walk around, move around. I hope you'll be back in 5, and we will introduce the next piece of legislation, which is the bill for the establishment of the Diversity and Inclusion Caucus. So yeah, we'll be back in 5. All right, everyone, welcome back. Would love to see your faces. If you want to turn on your camera, just as we're settling in. So we'll wait a few seconds here. There they are. All right, well, we can jump right in if we have Senator Tovar, Senator Jackson. Are you all in the House?
Yes.
Yep. All right. So Parliamentarian Clark, could you share your screen with the Diversity and Inclusion Caucus and the bill? And then Senator Jackson, Senator Tovar, you have 10 minutes to present.
Yeah, thank you all for still being on the call. I know it's late and I respect your time, so I'm gonna move pretty quickly in so that way we can get rolling on like Q&A and stuff. But basically, the goal of this caucus is to promote a sense of belonging for every student on this campus, to make sure every student has an equitable experience here within CSU and the Fort Collins community, and also to make sure that every student voice is heard. That's basically the overall goal of the caucus. And the reason we chose caucus over committee, I'm going to read just off some bullet points because it's a little easier. We want to get it off the ground sooner, not having to worry about adjusting like pay salaries and completely rewriting the Constitution in terms of that sort of thing. I, as long as the other people who helped write it and collaborated with, thought that a caucus provided a more welcoming feeling to students that are not within ASCSU. They feel more comfortable going to that space. If it's not like a serious committee meeting, it just sounds intense, even though it might not be, but to students outside ASCSU, it might feel that way. Within a caucus, oh, sorry, I was just reading the chat. The caucus can create its own social media page. We want to create a website so that way we can outreach to student organizations, students, faculty and staff, Fort Collins community groups to make sure that we're truly representing every student voice. We want to let's see, what the reason we want to have a caucus is it provides a more direct motive to promote the end of toxic bias culture at CSU through partnering with organizations to bring in speakers, hold events, create brave spaces to moderate conversation, as well as to educate students on bias and discrimination. And finally, if this caucus goes well and we get things done and there's the opportunity to eventually create this into a committee through the money that is no longer used for the external affairs committee. So that's an option, but I think we should make sure that this caucus is doing its job before we make it into a full standing committee. And we want to prove that to you all by passing this caucus. So that way we can prove that we're really honoring every student's voice and creating diversity and inclusion legislation. But that's all I really have in terms of like presentation. I'll let Senator Jackson, if she wants to add anything, she may, but I personally am done presenting.
I've got nothing to add. I'd rather jump right to the Q&A and fix everything that hasn't been answered there.
Yeah, that sounds good. All right, well, we'll start 10 minutes of question and answer with the first hand raised in the participants tab. Any questions for Senator Tovar, Senator Jackson? Yeah, Senator Nottingham, you have the floor.
I don't believe you answered this. I came in just a little bit late, so you might have, but I wanted to ask, what relationship would this body have to the existing SDPS offices? I'm just curious.
Sorry, you kind of cut it out on my end. Did you say what relationship would the caucus have to SDPS offices?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, we want to build a direct connection to every SDPS office and make sure that this caucus, whoever is in charge of it, whoever is the chair of this caucus, and whatever other officers are within that position, as well as the body itself, are connected with the SDPS offices and maintain a direct line of communication. And that has been done, for instance, right now through creating this caucus. We made sure to reach out to as many different individuals and different identities to make sure this is truly holistic of promoting diversity and inclusion.
Perfect, thank you very much. And now I'll yield.
Thank you, Senator Nottingham. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, I will send this to, yeah, I see a question. Senator Ojeda, would you like to jump in?
Yeah, I got a question. So what makes this caucus different than the other initiatives that we have tried to do here at ACSU to kind of have a similar, well, talk about diversity and inclusion? I know, I don't remember what administration it was. Kevin, right? Kevin and I forgot his name. But literally nobody else besides the SCPS office senators and associate senators were showing up to those meetings. And so we can, you know what I mean? There's so much that us as SCPS offices can do and talk with each other. And we already have our channels of communication and all of this stuff. What is going to incentivize other people who might not necessarily want to go or, don't see the need of the caucus to go. Does that make sense? Does my question make sense?
Yeah, that totally makes sense. And I'm glad you brought that up because I 100% agree. It's not, the marginalized students' job to fix their own issues as well. It's the whole campus as a whole to work together to work on diversity and inclusion. One thing our caucus is really striving towards is outreach towards student orgs on campus and directly working with those student orgs on any initiatives they might have to help provide support. So that way this caucus not only acts as a way to write legislation, but as a way for student orgs to create a direct connection to ASCSU to make sure that we're connecting ASCSU, STPS offices, and student organizations, as well as we hope to create a direct line of social media, as well as a website with specific goals we would want to have. Just off of experience, I, along with Rachel, ran for student body president and vice president. So we have some experience with campaigning in terms of creating a base to share our platform ideas, as well as creating a space to allow students to share what is on their mind to make sure that we are representing every student's voice.
Awesome, I yield.
Thank you, Senator Ojeda. With that, anyone else wishing to ask a question? I will clarify just from my end, correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Tovar, this will have a place in the committee announcements, just like Women's Caucus and just like all the other committees, as a way to formalize that link, like you said, between the student organizations and the ASCSU. Any other questions for Senator Tovar or Jackson? Right, and I'm not intending to entertain a motion to expedite tonight. I would love for it to go to internal to add your additional endorsements, any changes that you might have made. Yep, and then obviously fix spelling where applicable. So with that, I don't see any other questions. So I will send this to Internal Affairs Committee, and I would like to get Chair Rossler's discretion. Are you hoping this to go to your committee as well, or do you want it to just stay in internal?
I'd like that to come to our committee as well. I would like to invite some folks in as well, just to take a look at it, and also if there's any more questions, get some extra eyes on it.
Sounds good. Well, that will be in University Affairs, and in the Vice Chair agrees. Senator Robinson, Vice Chair Robinson agrees. Wonderful. Internal and University Affairs will have that. So make sure you go to committee to share your thoughts on that. So thank you, Senator Tovar. Senator Jackson, we're going to keep moving in business here with the next item, which is the Bike Safety Security Bill by Senator Hill. I suspect that it'll be a quick first reading, question and answer, and then we'll send it to committee just like the other ones we've done here. So Senator Hill, you have the floor for up to 10 minutes to share, and yeah, you have the floor.
Very good, thank you. Do I have control of the, never mind. Hey everybody, this is me, Kyle Hill. I'm presenting this bill. This bill seeks to suspend $10,500 of student fees from the Senate discretionary fund to provide half the costs and funding to boost the production of security cameras and signs pointing to security cameras on campus in front of many vulnerable bike stands to fight bike theft at Colorado State University. Before we begin, I'd like to make a motion and adding 2 names in the endorsement list. I'd like to add ASCSU student body president, Hannah Taylor. I believe she endorsed this a few days ago or last week.
Yeah, Senator Hill, I'm not going to entertain any motions to amend on the floor, but I do hope that can be made during committee. I expect that to happen during committee, but you're welcome to vocalize the changes you've made.
Okay. Student body president Hannah Taylor had endorsed this, and the ASCSU director of the ASCSU director of marketing had also endorsed this as well. Then I would also like to, this is another motion to add Senate Speaker Dixon as a co-author.
We can definitely discuss that. I would be on board with that, seeing as I had a really positive conversation with RHA about them partnering on this with us just to give some traction. But yeah, let's discuss that in committee.
All right, scroll down, please. Whereas thousands of students over campus use bikes as their main method of transportation, which is true. You see, we have a population of 38,000, and a significant portion of those students use bikes every day to transport themselves from their dorms or from their living spaces to the to other classes and whatnot. And then, whereas according to the CSUPD, the biggest type of crime on campus, this is all crime, like sexual assault or percentages of, thievery or, violence or assault or anything. The biggest percentage of any crime you can think of that can be committed is in CSU is bike theft. If you were to take a tally, bike theft is the biggest one. So it is obviously a huge problem on campus and a big threat to our students. And then, if you go down, it says, bike cameras. I talked to a few senators, excuse me, talked to a few senators on this. A lot of senators agreed that they would be, more inclined to support it, if we were to do this in phases. Like phase one would be, at the locations that the chairman a couple weeks ago who came to speak said Parmalee and Corbett. We would start there. And then phase two, I'm thinking of looking, I'll get to that a little later, looking around February. And so to see that data, to make sure that phase did well, like statistically decreased, and then we would look at like expanding to like LSC, the Clark building and Eddy to, where a lot of those huge concentration of bike cameras are for that. And then, the first installation of cameras will be placed as a trial run, basically, or, experiment whether security cameras are efficient in preventing while also helping those areas at the same time. If, it shows, if it works, and it shows that a significant decrease could occur. And then the next whereas clause shows statistics and there's a graph later in the bill on that, but it shows the amount of money lost by all the students per year based on this bike theft. 2016, $78,000 of students' pockets lost, 90,000 for 2017, 140,000 2018, which is huge, 128,000 for 2019, and this was as of June when I got the statistic. Probably got higher since. Keep in mind, but it's 28,000, which is June with a pandemic. With nobody here for most of that from January to that time. And therefore, it can be seen as a huge problem. Like all that money, it's tens of thousands of dollars. Heck, I could pay my entire tuition, with like a third of that. It's just mind boggling. And it's sad too, it shows that the people, a lot of students do have lack of respect, or not a lot of students and a lot of, or people in general have that lack of respect for property. And it's really disheartening. According to the CSUPD and Security and Technology Committee, placing bike security cameras on top of bike stands alongside with signs pointing to Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left to present?
About 5 minutes, but I just do want to remind you, we'll have time to discuss it at length in the committee process and for second reading too. So just to be mindful of time, just
all right.
A warning, but you do have 5.
Okay, cool. We'll take 5 minutes, and then it does show to work 30-50%, as the guy said. Let's go scroll down a little more. The costs, 11,000 for Parmalee, 10,000 for Corbett. Total is 21,000, as you said. I'm asking for ASCSU to spend half of that money, the Senate, and RHA will, to pay for him to pay the rest for the first installation, step one. And as you can see right here in this graph map that was given, the blue, so the whole entire circle is the total amount of people's bikes got stolen at per location. The blue is the percentage that they got back, and the red is the percentage they did not get back of all the bikes total that got stolen. You can see, and you see, look at that student rec center right there. That is one of the few places on campus that has a bike camera, and all the bikes that got stolen have gotten their bikes back, and it's a small one as well. So I think, that just looking at that compared to, but just slightly above, which I believe is Corbett, where one of the locations are being asked, where it's a huge, much more significant portion, you can see a clear difference. So that's one example. If you scroll down a little more, and it says that the project will be set in stages. As I said before, keep scrolling down. I think we're almost at the end. So yeah, that's basically it. I'm open to Q&A.
Thank you so much. We have a question from Senator Nottingham, and we have 10 minutes of Q&A.
Senator Nottingham.
Hello, I'll keep it quick. I think that this is an exciting bill possibly, but what has happened in terms of partnering with the RHA? What do those discussions look like, if you could illuminate a little bit?
Yeah, the Speaker of the Senate, Christian, had Mr. Dixon had talked with them, and they're actually on board with providing the the money allocated. I think pretty soon I'll be speaking with them, but they're most likely going to be doing it. So we're looking at getting them on board with that. Whether they fund the other $10,500 or not, I will still just ask the Senate for $10,500 because the committee that Mr. Frank Johnson was on does have some money. What I'm trying to do is alleviate some of that pressure on them, because obviously they've been trying to do this for years now, and obviously they keep getting tight and they can't do it. They just put it off year after year. So what I'm proposing is like a boost funding so they can do it now. And and also I forgot to mention that in the end of the bill, I said if you don't get this done by February, we are going to get our money back, which will happen as like a contract for them. So that is important to note as well. Does that answer your question, Mr. Nottingham?
Thank you very much. Yes, it does. I appreciate it, and I yield.
Thanks so much, Senator Nottingham. Senator Carrillo, you have the floor.
Before you speak, point of information, what does RHA stand for again?
Residence Hall Association. They're
Thank you.
the student government of all the resident halls kind of thing.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just give quick clarification. Emery Jenkins, some of you might know them. Emery Jenkins is the president of the Residence Hall Association. Had a great conversation, and we're intending to submit this bill in RHA Senate January 25th. And Emery was hopeful that it would pass. So just wanted to give that context. And moving on in the list, we have Associate Athey. You have the floor.
Carrillo got to speak before me, I thought.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Senator Carrillo.
Thank you
for catching that.
Senator Hill, just a couple of questions. How did you come up with the February 28th deadline?
Well, I believe that was, a deadline that I feel like it was appropriate. He said it was only going to take 7 weeks of installation. So if we give the money like in a couple weeks, then assuming that will go into just trying to do monthly math here. Early November, middle of November, we get that. We can give them the money. They can have 7 weeks to do it. We get put in December. And then, it'll show 2 months of, time when students come back. By the time students come back, it should be there. And I believe that it's like a whole month. Unfortunately, a lot of bikes happen stolen in a short period of time. So we will already see a significant difference if it, is shown to work. So yeah, and I said that because also we want to also keep in phase 2. And I'm thinking, expanding it, have time to look at it before like the year is out, because our budget only is to May. So that's why I'm subdividing it to also 3 groups and whatnot, so we can see if we can expand it more in the university, so we can, represent all of our constituents, and obviously just not people in our dorms, since that only makes a subset of our population. Does that answer your question?
Yes, just want to clarify. Have you talked to the two organizations that are helping to fund? Is this something that they can immediately pay out?
They can.
Okay. And then just the second thing, reading through it, are you asking for 10,500 from our discretionary?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I don't know if I'm just not seeing it, but I don't see anywhere in the bill.
Okay, I'll probably add that. I'll add that in committee when we move that. It must
Okay,
have
thank
been just an error there. Sorry.
I yield.
Thank you, Senator Correa. Associate Athey, and we're nearing the end here, friends. So just a heads up, we've got about 6 minutes left in Q&A, and then we will be ending the meeting very shortly. So I ask you to stick around just for a moment. Associate Athey.
Okay, so when this bill was brought up a couple of weeks ago, it was being half paid by police and half by the police, the CSUPD, and half paid by the Senate discretionary fund. Did that so that changed because RHA is paying, but is police still paying some money or?
I do not believe so. I mean, we could, I think that whatever RHA does not pay, then they'll pay they'll pay the rest. But again, as I mentioned before, the point of this is because I believe that the CSUPD has been taking forever on this issue and been dragging this out for many, many years. And I feel like they need like the boosting fee mandate to get it done now, because this is becoming an extraordinary, huge problem on campus, which is just, unfathomable. It's crazy.
So you decided to take it to make, how do I phrase that? To not have the CSUPD pay as much. That wasn't their decision. That was your decision in writing the bill. Okay. So does that mean that they're no longer going to be watching the cameras? Because that was your goal, I think, originally.
No, the university will be looking at the cameras, and they're doing it. This was a collaborative effort between us and myself and the CSUPD. When I talked to them, they said that building this, I wanted this to be a student project, to show that we care about the bike safety and all that. And by spending some funds on that, we can show the students that we do care. And we obviously we're doing something as their student government, which I think is vital. This is a vital part of campus, and it's going to really help. And I think that if we do this, it will show that. And I think the CSUPD, this will, they even told me that, if you could provide some funding, it would really help us too, because we don't want to constrain, if they obviously can't pay all of it. Right. So, we're just helping them do that. That's the point. And yes, they're going to, I believe that they'll pay for some part of it.
Okay, but you say that we're helping them, but to me, it sounds like they're not paying for any of it anymore.
I mean, they can, right? So, I mean, for the first installation, I was offering, again, this is like separate several phases. Like the first installation, I said that we could help a little, we could pay for most of it, and then the second and third, we can collaborate more on different costs and all that. Again, this is like separated in 3 phases. So yes, they'll be paying for some of it.
Okay, to change my topic of question a little bit, Chair Dixon said that it's getting presented to RHA in January, but then you want them to be installed by February 28th. Does that seem like enough time to do all of that construction? Because when I initially read your bill, I thought that if it was paid now to February 28th wasn't enough time to install.
Point of information, is until January.
Is that to me, Senator Hill? I should mention 2 quick clarifications. RHA is not committed to paying for this. All I was saying is Emory Jenkins was hopeful that they would be willing to support up to
but you said you're presenting it to them in January.
Yep, yeah, that's right.
Definitely.
January 25th is the first time they're considering business. After we go online, they're not meeting at all during that window. So
once we pay, the $10,500, and the if they can't pay any more of that, then we'll have the CSUPD to help fund the rest. All right. Again, this is just to dilute their costs so we can get things quicker and easier. If they cannot obviously if the CSUPD can pay for it and we can pay for it, and RHA can contribute it, then we can give them the CSUPD money back later once it's been installed. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And then my third question is, why do you think that this bill is the most relevant this year of any bill of any year? Specifically, just because most students aren't on campus. Like, I think we have less than 4,000 students living on campus right now. That's not quite the correct number. I had the number up, but I don't have it anymore. So there's not a ton of students on campus. So why is this bill relevant this year compared to maybe next year when hopefully COVID might be a little bit better and people will be more on campus?
Well, I would say that, it's relevant because, there's still a significant portion of students still on here with bikes that I see even just walking out of them. I see it everywhere. And it's not I do not believe it's for us to decide, if it's too little or too much. This is going to also carry on to, future years as well. I mean, does it really matter when we do it? I mean, we most likely have the same amount of discretionary funds each year. We're just doing it this year so we can get it out of the way, and we can it's still going to prevent more bike thefts for this year if it's put on. Obviously, it's shown, and so we need to do that, and we need to make sure that students are able to understand what it is this year, and then in future years we can just add more onto it if it shows again, if it shows to work, then we do that. But students need to I believe that there is a yes. So yeah, a point, as Mr. Christian said, approximately 6% of CSU courses have a hybrid in-person component, where a lot of students are going to go to different classes every day, and they're going to still be using bikes. So the claim that there's not enough students and all that, our job isn't to just decide, how many, though these group of people don't deserve this or this based on number. Our decision is to go based on the will of the people who voted for us.
No, of course not. I'm just trying to ask if you don't think that perhaps the money could be spent in an area that might help with some COVID relief rather than something that will be beneficial, potentially more beneficial in future years. That's
this is beneficial. I just had a poll conducted of about a sample size of 6,000 students where 75% said yes. So obviously this is a mandated bill by a significant portion of our public this year. So, I mean, it's been called for and mandated for. And, as student representatives, our duty is to go based on what the students call for in our democratic, institution here at ASCSU. So obviously based on that.
I'm noticing that it.
Sorry,
go ahead. Associate Athey. I'm just noticing it's starting to move towards discussion and debate. I want to be very mindful of people's time.
Yeah.
So Associate Athey, do you have another question?
I was just going to say, I said more beneficial, but then I was going to yield. So I yield.
Thanks, my friend. Hey, I'm not going to entertain an extension on speaking time because I know it's late. But if you could do me a favor, I see a couple people's hands are up. If you could message me directly with your question, and we'll send it to Senator Hill. That would be amazing. Is that something we can do? Does that sound good? Senator Lowry, is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Senator Hunter, is that all right with you as well?
Yeah, all good.
Okay, sounds good. Well, yeah, please send me the questions directly. I'm going to send this to Budgetary Affairs and University Affairs, so keep an eye out for it there. I don't suspect it will discharge until all of these questions have been answered that came up tonight, because they are very valid questions about the timeline. So please work all of that out in committee and attend committee so you can share your voice there. With that, I want to move on to announcements. I want to be very mindful of time. Are there any urgent announcements that the Senate should be aware of? Yeah, Senator Trin, you have the floor.
Hi, just one quick thing. So I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Cindy. And so the Pride Resource Center will be having a safe zone training tomorrow from, I believe, give me 1 second. So the safe zone training is going to be tomorrow from 4:30 to 6:30. And I just wanted to put that out there for outreach hours. And that was all. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Trin. And yeah, it is on our list. We have it on there. So if you go to that document that we sent out on Monday, yeah, we'd love for any of you who can attend tomorrow, 4:30 to 6:30, like Senator Trin mentioned. Any other announcements?
It's not urgent. I can make it really quick though.
Yes,
this is about what we talked about just I think last week or 2 weeks ago. I was also starting to write a bill regarding my little 3D printing project. And I'll keep it very brief. I didn't know if that was something that we could do here at AS or at student government, but so I didn't really want to waste my time doing my office hours, like writing a bill, and then it's like it doesn't go anywhere. But it involves using 3D printing to build and rebuild infrastructure. So on campus, whether it's student housing or just like buildings. And this idea, so I know we spoke about U+2 a lot. This kind of originated from my U+2 project I did last semester. So I'll keep it really short. I'll drop my email in the chat in case anyone has questions, but I can bring it up next week too and go a little more into it since I know it's pretty late. But I just wanted to bring it up that I am working on that bill. So yeah, I yield.
Thank you, Associate Osterk. With that, I do want to check are any other announcements in the House. Chief Justice Daley, it looks like you are still here. I believe so. Chief Justice Daley, are you in the House? Let's see, not getting a response there. Brandon Avers, are you in the House by chance? Okay, all right. Well, with that, any other announcements? Otherwise, we'll keep moving, going once, going twice. All right, seeing none, we will move on to adjournment. Any meeting that goes beyond 2 hours, we typically just automatically suspend the fight song. So I'm going to enact that tonight. Thank you, Kevin Clark. Yeah, the National Conference on Student Leadership is also the 11th, 12th, and 13th of next week, as well as National Roll Call for any of you folks who are familiar with Ryan Kropp, the work his group is doing, the Student Veteran Organization. You can read during roll call, and they just, Kevin Clark is dropping those links there. Safe Zone training, you can sign up for that. National Roll Call, National Conference on Student Leadership is professional development. You can get outreach hours for that. I want to clarify this meeting went to 10:30 today, which means 2 hours over our cap. So expect 2 hours less of office hours and outreach hours. We'll follow up tomorrow to clarify that. And with that, Speaker Pro Tem Reyes, could you take a final attendance before we close out for the night?
Yep. Give me one moment.
Oh yeah, Senator Nottingham. Yes, this is your moment to shine. The photo for ASCSU Senate. Holding on. Late in the evening hours, representing our students. Y'all are amazing.
All right, y'all are good.
Awesome. All right, hey, stick around if you have any questions for me. Otherwise, feel free to sign off and keep an eye on your inbox for follow-up messages, okay? Appreciate you all.
Thanks so much, Christian.
Take care, Chair Rossler.
Christian, can you clarify how to pronounce your last name? Because I always say it wrong and I feel terrible.
Yeah, so it's Dixon. Yep.
Okay, so I did say it right this time. Okay, good.
Yeah, you were good. Yep.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, Associate Richardson. Hey, Senator Trin, could you stick around for a moment?
Yeah, I was going to.
Awesome.
I just wanted to say, Christian, that you are appreciated, that you're awesome at your job, and we all love you. And also, I think that I appreciate you, especially for your patience when I don't think you have had the opportunity once yet to say, do we have a second? Because usually everyone just jumps in and says second as soon as you're going to talk. But I just think it's fun. Have a good one, man.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, any other questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, I had one. I sent an email about a potential collaboration. I just wanted to, I know that today's been pretty busy. I just wanted to follow up on that and just reiterate my interest in doing so.
A great idea, Senator Lowry. I was going to talk to Reyes about it after this. For those of you that don't know, the idea was basically like having a mock Senate session, right, for some of the new members to kind of test out some of the lingo and some of the processes, right, to get comfortable with it. So yeah, maybe actually I'll probably talk to Ryan Kropp. That seems like something to be up your alley to help new members kind of feel engaged. Yeah, so let's follow up, Brandon. I'll definitely reach out.
Cool. Be well.
And then Senator Trin, I was just going to mention. So we had in our records. Are you still with us? Hopefully, let's see.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So I actually had you on the list. We we had you sworn in on our records a couple weeks ago. I'm trying to remember when the first Senate session was that you attended.
I only attended one, but I had not been sworn in yet. I kind of just like got added into the group chat, or yeah, but I never got sworn in, and I also like had just gotten the position. So I think I think I just like showed up to the meeting just because there was a meeting that day, and I had been and I had gotten the position probably like 2 or 3 days prior to the meeting. So I just showed up. So I didn't really know like the process of everything.
Yeah.
So
I got you. Okay.
But I have not.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. I think that was the error we had, because I was looking at attendance in those first couple meetings. We had the agenda, and then we looked at attendance and compared the two, and your name was on the list the same week that we were swearing you in. So I think what happened is you probably just didn't unmute for the actual oath of office. So as far as we're concerned, I'm considering you an official senator, but let's do your oath of office next week just to formalize it, if that works.
That does work.
Okay.
Thank you so much
good.
for that.
Yeah, of course.
I'm also sorry about the confusion. Also, I never got that paperwork that I was asking about Monday. So I just wanted to make sure that I got that taken care of for you guys, so that the process can go by quicker.
Yeah, so Parliamentarian Clark has a link. If you could drop it in there. Yep, he's on it. The link that he just dropped in is the, let's see. Do you have access to that, Kevin? The membership form.
I'm about to do it right now.
Okay.
Don't have the site pulled up just yet.
Yeah, if you could sit tight just 1 second, Cindy. Or Ryan, if you have access to it also. It's a Google form. We thought we'd go digital. Yeah, exactly. This is a big moment.
Get my computer to work though.
I got it.
And Senator Trin,
Yes.
I also have excused you from the last couple of weeks of office hours and committee attendance. I realized since there was a miscommunication, I had been marking you absent from everything. So I just went ahead and waived all that. So you should.
Thank you so much. Yeah, they had the wrong email, so I haven't been getting any of the information, and I got added on this Monday. So now I'm finally caught up, but the past couple of weeks I have not been getting the emails, so I'm just so sorry about that.
Oh, so you haven't received any emails from me?
I have to look through again just to double check, because I've been getting all of the other emails that I missed from the previous week, so I've just been trying to play catch up. So I will double check and let you know. I did get one email, and that was the email to sign up for the group me. But other than that, I have to double check just to really confirm with you.
All right, yeah, just making sure that I have the right email, that you have like everything that you need.
Yeah, I can drop my email into here as well just to double check, but I will look over that tomorrow and then I will get back to you.
Yeah, the only thing that you need to do like from those emails is that Google form that he just dropped. So that's the only thing from those prior emails that you have to worry about anyways. So, it's just there's just some other like documents, like tips on how to write a bill or like parliamentary procedure and stuff like that, that I could send you if you need.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, and Cindy, we updated it, so it's all updated in our records after our call on Monday. I think that was, or Tuesday.
Thank you. And then I will get my hours in Friday, so like I should be good this week. I'm like good to go. I'm sorry.
No worries. We're so glad to have you on the team, and follow up if you have any questions. You can also text at ASCSU 2020 to 81010. That way you'll get all of the mobile notifications. So anytime we send an email, we send a consolidated version of just the core content in a text to you. So yeah, if that's helpful, feel free to do that too.
Yes, I have signed up for that. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Yep.
All right.
Sounds good. Well,
thank you.
Yeah, take care. I'm going to end the recording here. Anyone have questions that they want on the recording? And you're welcome to jump off, Senator Trin, whenever. Yep. All right, I'm going to stop the recording. For those of you who are watching at home, all of our fans, this has been ASCSU Senate 6th session. You are seeing the team that's hanging on here. If you have any questions, please reach out to me. at ASCSU_Senate_speaker@mail.collegestate.edu. We'd love to answer any questions. And yeah, thank you for tuning in.